Hello, everybody. How's everyone? Nice to have all of you here. And I hope you enjoyed the Mr. Paul the Cat view, as he's here accompanying me right now in this radio journey. So here we go. And check out if everything's all right. I'm gonna put the dock for YouTube Live control panel. And here we go. We're gonna take this, put it in a little shrinking panel, and put this here in another shrinking panel so that I could see the overall screens. Nice to have you here. Got something special coming up today. We have at least 1 or 2 passes of International Space Station above Montreal during the show. And so what we'll do, the first one is at 21, starts at around 21:18 to 21:26, where we're going to try to decode live what the ISS, as well. We're going to start the RSB radio and going to check out what's happening. So hope that you guys are going to enjoy that. Let me just see here. This is live. This seems to be working fine. Just want to make sure that everything's all right. I also want to check if I do this and this. We'll see what happens here. Okay, here we go. Just make sure that the transition happens and that you guys could see. Yep, works fine. All right. So we'll be able to see the SDR screen as well as the software that I'm going to use to decode slow scan TV. And so this is, I think, going to be a lot of fun as the ISS. So here I'm going to start one piece of software, which is going to be accompanying us today. So this, and we'll make it a little bigger. No, we'll leave it like that. Well, actually, we'll do this. When I do this, it comes back to that size, so it's fine. So we're going to be waiting for that space station. It's an East Coast pass, as you see here. I'm going to show you guys. That pass is going to be a really a East Coast pass, where we're going to have really just grazing all of the East Coast. It's going to be a low pass here in the southeast, south and east of Montreal, but it's going to be, I think it's going to be pretty good. So this is going to be what we're going to be checking out in a little more than an hour's time from now. So I hope you guys are going to enjoy that. It's going to be great. So, okay. Cheers, everybody. Belgian ale. Or should I say Belgian style ale? It's not Belgian per se, it's the style that's Belgian. Okay, everything seems to be fine. It's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to have a great time, decode some slow scan pictures. I've had quite a few, actually. A few good ones. And I probably decoded 6 or 7 different ones. They have 12 pictures that they're sending out. And I think this is going to be pretty good. When we check it out a little later, I'm going to show you some of the pictures that I got. So this is going to be really nice. And, of course, we're going to talk about something else, solar cycle. Too many people are, I think, misunderstand what the solar cycle does to radio in some way. And I think it'd be a little fun. A lot of people ask me, can you explain in plain English what the solar cycle actually does? What frequencies does it help when it's high or low or whatever? And I think, yeah, that probably is a good idea to do so. So I'm going to, I definitely am going to talk about that also today, so that we can, kind of see it all. And while, of course, we have a nice little guy that's right here with us right now. He's cleaning himself. So Mr. Paul is in the house also. So let's start this. So welcome everyone. My name is Gilles, located in Montreal, Quebec, Canada, and northeast parts of North America. We are here to entertain, have radio fun. This is a show about primarily shortwave, but as you'll see today, we'll digress, since decoding the International Space Station means that we're going to go to the 2-meter VHF band to do so. I'll explain my setup when we get there also, because it's a remote setup that I'm using. And so that remote setup is going to be what we're going to use for the ISS. I don't have here any way of getting to my antenna for wideband VHF, UHF in the backyard. So we're going to talk about that later anyways. So here, it's a place for all of you that find that, you know what, no one around you really likes what your hobby. They don't really care about anything. Well, you know what? Here we're all the radio geeks, and we gather because we love radio. And that is the simple fact, that we love radio. There's a chat room where you can join in, say hello. It's a great place. People are really, really friendly, cool, and fun. And this is why we have such a good time. I think this is where our group is different from all the other groups that I see on Facebook and on other platforms. Is that, you know what, we weeded out what is uninteresting and we kept all the best people. And that's why we're having fun. And of course, 2 rules: no religion, no politics, not even the name of someone in politics. It's not welcome here. And, of course, we will have fun with radio of all sorts, and have fun with learning. We'll have the discussion today of solar activity and solar cycles. What does it mean when the solar cycle is at maximum, minimum? When it goes up, it goes down. What are the advantages of all of these moments? And I hope that some of you will enjoy the learning experience. I'm not an expert, but I know enough to explain why every part of the solar cycle anyways is good. So once this is over, we have a Facebook group that has the same name as here, which is the official SWL channel Facebook group. That group has 4,200 members, something like that now, which is a lot of people. And once again, that's a great group also where we share our experiences of what we listen to, the radios we have, and so on and so on. And so it's a complete kind of cycle where there's always something somewhere to listen to. It's going to be a lot of fun to share all of this and have radio fun today together. So let's start with Richard Wagner. Nice to have you here from Northeast Illinois. WA9301SWL. I guess your weather is what we're going to have tomorrow. Tomorrow's supposed to be rainy all day. We've got a break from the terrible heat this week, starting yesterday when the temperatures went down and we went into the 70s. Oh, God, that felt good. Opening the doors again and making sure the air conditioning is not on. Now, I'm not sure if I'm going to have to turn it on while we do the show because this room's going to get real hot. But we'll see as time goes by. And, last week with the noise reduction isn't too bad usually. So we'll see. Then, Mike B., nice to have you here in Bayfield, Colorado. Master Players Radio and Television, nice to have you here. Jean Arash, nice to have you on board from Saint-Hyacinthe. Bienvenue. SWL Signals 23, nice to have you on board from hot Florida, 92 degrees, but feels like 105, which is about what we had this week as weather on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and even Wednesday. Starting Thursday was starting to get pretty good. Mostly Friday. Yesterday was really the cool day. We woke up with that cool breeze from the northwest. It was, oh, wow. Robert Fletcher, nice to have you on board from New Hampshire. Megan, nice to have you here from Colorado. David Ward, nice to have you here from Temple, Texas. WA5253SWL, feels like 98, 89 Fahrenheit temperature. King in the Xer, Northwest Arkansas, 92, nice to have you here. RJDA Dakota, nice to have you on board. WA0113SWL. Winsville, Missouri. And it seems that the sunny Saturday that doesn't seem to know what it wants to do. So it's just raining hard, but now clear. Keegan DXer got a new radio. It's Sony XDR S10 HDIP HD radio. Interesting. Hope you're having fun with that. Andy New, nice to have you here from Bristol, UK. I'm 7CUN. Joseph, nice to have you here from San Francisco Bay, California. Looking forward to the Cat and Radio and tuning with the Texan and Bearcat. Pretty cool. Mike WDX50, nice to have you here from Northwest Arkansas. TVDXer, ça va bien? J'espère que tu vas bien toi aussi. Joseph, I think I heard some pirates on 6930 USB earlier. Very light fading. It is possible sometimes, and there are pirates that are earlier in the day. I've noticed that there are morning pirates as well as the evening pirates. Robert Levin, nice to have you on board from New Mexico. We have Keegan DXer says some FME skip openings to the Northwest earlier today. No luck for me except for Tropo from Kansas City. Robert Varner, nice to have you here. KC2TEL in New Jersey. Old Radios, nice to have you on board. Hope you are well. We have Donna Royale, nice to have you here from Sun City, Arizona. WA7330SWL. Craig Martinetti, nice to have you here from Canada. Jasmine, nice to have you here from Seattle. We have Eric Cottrell, nice to have you on board. Says it's the Paul the Cat feed. Yes, it is. Jasmine said it's cloudy yet hot Seattle. We have the Vidhead. Nice to have you here from Los Angeles. CD Marchi, nice to have you here. Old radios. Got a very unusual radio, he says. John Becker, nice to have you here from Northeast Florida. We have Old Radio says it's a radio that was built into an old wall phone. Very unusual. Wow. One that I should take out that I have here is it's a intercom. It's a tube radio, an AM tube radio, but it was an intercom system that was in a wall. I think a long time ago I showed you guys on the live show. I need to take it out. It works perfectly. It was one of my brothers-in-law that has that would do some construction work. And what happened is that when he was doing some of the construction work, he had this old office that had an old intercom that worked with that. So it's a radio, but a big panel with switches so that you can actually use the intercom and call different rooms. So it's kind of interesting, but the radio part works fine. Actually, the intercom probably works fine if I had all that's needed to do the intercom thing, but the radio works fine. It's an AM radio, and man, I have that since probably for the past 25 years or something. I think I got it. I was living here, so it's within 20 to 25 years old. So pretty cool. Jerry Hart, nice to have you on board from Niagara Falls, New York. We have so Rob's radio channel. Thank you. Nice to have you here. And by the way, I forgot at the beginning, if you like what I do, there's a couple of ways that you can donate a little something if you find it cool what we do today in decoding the International Space Station. There's the super chat here that you can give a little something. And we have our, of course, Pizza Fund and Paul the Cat treats through PayPal also that you can send a little something. So if you like what I do, please send something my way. Any amount helps, and it definitely helps tremendously. So thanks for all of those that have been donating. And you'll all be into the drawing of 2 Canadian International DX Club memberships for August. Now, I'm not going to say it immediately, but there's this fall, the next time after that, we're going to have an actual prize giveaway. So hang in there. I'll announce it. That'll be coming up for the fall for all of those that actually donate. So what else that we have? 54 Cal, nice to have you here from Northwest Pennsylvania. We have Chuck Schreiber, nice to have you here, Chuck, and 5KVO from South Texas, partly cloudy. Old radios, and this phone case is so old it doesn't even got dials, and it's got a crank on the side. Oh man, these old crank thing radio, not radio but phones, yeah. SWAT Cats is having fun decoding images from the ISS. Kevin, nice to have you here. WS2H from his new condo in St. Petersburg, Florida. I have a couple of large projects to tackle, and then I will start checking out my new city and its wonderful beaches. Cool, congratulations, and enjoy. Have fun. Have you thought of a little bit the radio setup you could have there? I mean, in a condo, usually it's very limited. So I don't know if you've started thinking about maybe a setup or something that you're going to do for some radio. Jerry Hart received 2 transmissions from the ISS in the last couple of days. Michael, nice to have you here. Says, sounds like a very exciting show today. I'll get my beverage and radio ready. Kevin, looking forward to unpacking my radios and doing a scan. Pretty cool. So Rob's radio channel, thank you so much for the donation. And what else do we have? Michael, nice to have you here. John Beckham, nice to have you here. SWAT Cuts says made contact with NN4SA from Huntsville, Alabama. Pretty cool. So SWAT Cat says 5 full images and 5 partial images. Yeah, if I count the partial images, I probably have 8 or 9. The first night was kind of frustrating because I had 5 different passes, and all 5 of them brought me a return of the same freaking picture. And I was like, can you give me a different picture every time you pass by, please? So that one was a little frustrating. But the next days I had different pictures, which was kind of cool. And a lot of people enjoyed my videos in the dark where I just, show my scanner radio in my hand and doing some listening. And decoding the picture with the tablet, which was pretty amazing, actually. It worked pretty well. George, 1950s Deep Space, nice to have you here. Thanks for the stream, and another great one from the old man in England, UK. Nice to have you here. Eric Cottrell, I was in Sussex, New Jersey, Ham Flea Market. I got 3 4-foot stackable fiberglass masts, a VHF UHF 700 megahertz antenna for the car, and 225 to 400 megahertz military antenna that I want to use for military airband. Pretty cool. Mad Radio DXer, M7EIW, nice to have you here, John. Robert Levin, a couple of days ago, was the worst propagation I can remember in ages. This week was actually pretty good most of the time. I don't know what time you were trying to listen to, but we are we're still at the top of the solar cycle. We barely went down from the peak. So there's a lot more because there's a lot of different things about propagation and solar activity, and not all of it is because of the solar cycle itself. There's so many things that happen, but it's very important in the summertime to understand that midday listening is always rather bad because of the absorption of the ionosphere. It's really mostly more in the evening, nighttime, and depending on what happens also with our geomagnetic field. Steve Burnham, nice to have you here from central Pennsylvania. Jeff K, nice to have you here, and to ZNN from New Jersey. Old radios, I don't find much people into the stuff that I'm interested. Usually we don't have a lot of people around us that are interested in that, for sure. So, John Beckham always enjoys AM radio band DXing. Cottrell, I went to High Point, New Jersey, highest point in New Jersey. I had fun listening to VHF UHF 700, 800 from New Jersey, New York, and Pennsylvania. Yeah, when you find a spot that's very, very high up, top of a mountain, things like that. I remember going to Mont Tremblant, which is one of the highest peaks here in the Laurentians, and being at the top and tuning around with a scanner radio and being amazed of getting stuff from really, really far away easily. Jasmine's been experimenting with some UHF mesh radio stuff. Blogger nice to have you here. Thank you for the donation. And also we'll have that little radio. Blogger has accidentally received a second radio from the radio he showed us last week, and has been very generous in sending me the second one so I can test it out. Apparently it arrived in Canada, so I should have it early next week. What else do we have? So Blogger is going to be indoors as some thunderstorms are approaching. Time to use a portable radio. No external antennas. Jeff K came across a ground loop antenna used for receiving only, which helps reduce noise floor. Yeah, I've seen some of those. Actually, I even have a couple of schematics and plans to build some as to try out here if I could, to have a better experience and lower noise. I've been going a little nuts with the noise floor in the last few weeks, and I'm pretty sure it's because of my next door neighbor. The new neighbors have something that's making more noise in my radios, and this is driving me very nuts right now. Arda, nice to have you here. K2ADC, New Jersey. RJ Dakota, rain finally moving in. I think it will just add the humidity, the humidity problem. Martin Frame, nice to have you here. EI4 JGB from Ireland. We have John Beckham that says hit that like button. Sidvik, nice to have you on board from Gander, Newfoundland, home of Gander Radio. Nice to have you here. Rotten Animal, nice to have you on board from Toronto. And Keegan says he's enjoying the radio so far. Pretty cool. I'd zero beat that. Nice to have you here from Scotland, MM7BFL. Kamikaze76, nice to have you here from West Michigan. RJ Dakota, there was a pirate this morning on 6950 AM. Blogger tested his new ATS Mini V3S yesterday and was shocked to find that stereo FM channels are reversed. Oh, that's interesting. Reversed. Somebody goofed up in the code or something. Okay, that's interesting. So, RJ Dakota, it is a new tone actually. The radio that I have with that I was talking about is the intercom system is actually a new tone, and it's like a brown panel, a big brown panel with switches and the radio. So and Dines, hello, nice to have you on board. Nancy from Pennsylvania. Mercury is retrograde. What does that mean? That means that relative to the stars, it's moving in a opposite direction. It's as if the impression that it gives us when we watch it is that it's moving backwards. This is a phenomena that happens because of how the planets catch up to each other, depending on their orbit when we watch them in the sky. So depending on who's catching up with who in the orbit, because Mercury is actually faster in its orbit than us, so usually it's catching up to us. And so what happens is that we have an impression that it actually starts moving backwards compared to the background stars. But in reality, it's just an impression because of our orbits, and it's just catching up with us because it's a faster orbit than ours. So that's what it looks like or feels like. It's depending on our orbits, and all planets pretty much have that motion at some point where they will seem like they're going backwards against the stars, but like I said, in reality, it's just that we're catching up, and then at some point that reverses and comes back to normal. It's really just an impression, basically. It's not, and it doesn't actually go backwards in any way. RJ Dakota, Newtone made all kinds of household electronics and electrical appliances. Old radios, usually intercom part broke 50 years ago. Old radio says there's mid-century homes with them. So, yeah. RJ Dakota, Newtown still around, usually makes exhaust fans for bathrooms and kitchens. So they've adapted and changed their they have adapted and changed their market to something else. So Jasmine says, I live in a condo and use an MLA30 in my window for shortwave. Works pretty good. Yeah, there's a lot of people that actually do that, and I have decent. Imagine how that antenna is saving the hobby for so many of us. Little inexpensive antenna, but boy, it's saving the hobby for a lot of us, because I guess we just would have abandoned the hobby if it wasn't for that antenna. It's crazy. And there are fancy, expensive loops out there. I'm sure some of them in some frequency ranges are better, absolutely. But you know what? With most of us in our hobby, except for there's exceptions to the rule. I do have $1,000 radios here, but most of the people that get into this hobby will not or never spend thousands of dollars on a radio. They'll have a small portable that does the job decently well, not too expensive. So you don't want to spend, a lot of money on a antenna. And you don't want to spend $600 on a loop that is going to work on a $200 portable. You don't want that. So, that MLE30 is priced, the price point is just great for that. And it does a very good job at what it's supposed to do. Marty68, nice to have you on board from roasting hot southeast Georgia. WX50, my MLE30 works well in my backyard unless I run over the cable while mowing the lawn. Yeah, that usually doesn't help. Vaults, nice to have you on board. Just enjoyed 6-meter opening to North America. Worked VE9HF. Wow, pretty cool. RJ Dakota used to have a wind-up emergency type radio. It had something like a bicycle generator in it, along with a wind-up mechanism that kept the generator moving for up to 1 hour. I was so geeky weird when I was young. I had, of course, my famous, like a lot of us in the 80s, I had my famous bike with the banana, a seat. And it was a lamp that was made to, like a headlamp, it had an incandescent light in it, and I put it on the front of my bike, and I put those big 6-volt lantern, batteries with the springs on them, on the frame of my bike, and put the 2 wires there. And I thought I was just the coolest guy in the world at night going around my bike with a headlight. But it did look very geeky. Very weird. I can imagine people looking at me like, okay, what are you doing? Dave Moss got 5 images so far. Pretty cool. Jim Gordon, nice to have you on board from wet and rainy Dundee, Scotland. We have Kevin says, I'm happy to report that there are many radio clubs near me. One club advertises use of an array of club radios which features several KX3s from Ellercraft. I have ductwork which runs from okay, it's going to continue my kitchen to the roof, so stealth. Okay. Jasmine says, I went to the Northern Cascades where the glamping rave I went to was, and showed my friends how they could text on each other on their phone without cell or Wi-Fi coverage. That's geeky. 54 cal, I screwed my MLE30 mounted on PVC pipe, and on the eave of the roof, got tired of the kids and chickens running into the wire. Yeah, at some point you gotta, do something that It's the first thing that I look here. Any type of antenna I'll put up, it has to be clear of any possible dangers of, anyone running into them, be it the feed line or the antenna itself. Steve Burnham just ordered a Texan PL880 and replacement antenna for my TXN PL660. Jasmine says all on stuff I bought on eBay for less than $200 total for a group of 6 of us. Well, that's not bad. Pretty good price for all the people. Tustin Love, nice to have you here. Erica Chow, Newtown made a lot of those intercom systems that had a radio. Sweat Cats is talking about the Deep Space Network getting and receiving the downlink from Voyager 1. Richard Wagner, does anyone know the max length loop on the ground parameter should be or can be? Someone that I believe has made one is Bert WF7I. If he's here, he would be the one that could, but if anybody else can answer that question. Frank Ireland, I see the external monitor. What radio is it connected to? I have the Yaesu FT710. This is the Yaesu FT DX10 that's on it, which is right here. Checking out channel 6 of CB. Some people would just say, hey, this is, what are you doing? What are you doing? The AM radio gear on channel 6 of the CB. So, yeah, that's what I wanted to say, Jasmine. It's really, it's an optical illusion, basically. Garrett, RM noise is perhaps something for the noise. Yeah, I need to experiment more than that. Jasmine says, would never have gotten to shortwave without the MLE30. Sunshine Rock, great show, great utilities article from CIDX newsletter. Mount Kilauea, episode number 29. The Calder crater just got hot steam over 10 miles from a tourist view on Outer Rim crater. Nice to have you here, Sunshine Rock. So, something to see there in Hawaii. Tustin Love, I had a loop on the ground for a while in my living room. Let me just check it out here. Okay. In my living room. Okay. Oh, yeah. Well, for a lot of people don't have the real estate for a decent antenna or anything also. Robert Levin has the MLE30 Plus in the window for me, too. Mike WX50, MLE30 has allowed me to resume shortwave listening after many years. So, yep. SWAT Cats, I loved it when I received 2 from a POTA activator. Jim Gordon was DXing yesterday in Local Park, and once again, people thought that I was piloting a drone with my D808. Well, honestly, look, take my PL680 and imagine I'm holding it like this. And all the buttons and the screen, yeah, you might, this could be the control or something. People might think that. I could see why people might think that. I almost got bitten by buying a drone this week. The same Addison Electronics store that I bought the little portable $13 radio. They were selling a $37 drone, which was a big sale. And it was at the specs of because we have rules and regulations here in Canada now that if the drone is above a certain weight and size, you have to get a license and, of course, do a drone piloting kind of course. But that one was just below the weight, so it was, you could check it out. You could have the drone without having any license. And it had a 1080p camera on it and everything. Oh, man, it was so tempting. I was like, oh, man, $40, come on. I never had a drone, and I was like, oh, this could be fun. So, I don't know. We'll see. I think they still have some. By the way, I'm surprised. Oh, see, Chew coming in on 7850. The signal just popping up real strong right now on my ICOM, my CR8500. And So anyways, yeah, that radio that I purchased, they had several hundred of them when I purchased it. And I was looking yesterday at the store, and wow, they like dropped to a low level now. I'm gonna start the air conditioning, guys, because I'm actually going nuts here with the heat. I'm gonna put the noise reduction so that you guys don't get annoyed. I will let the room get cooler, and then I'll. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go here, filter, and I'm just gonna activate the noise suppression for now. There we go. So this is gonna be better for now, because I'm gonna go crazy if it continues getting hotter. It's sweat. It moved up to 25. It's more than that, actually, because I'm really hot. So, but I'll stop it a little later for the code of the ISS, so it'll cool down the room enough. My WX50, I had 6 acres in the woods, and oh, look at that. I have to show you guys. Paul the cat is so cute. He just put his paw forward because he just wanted to extend his little paw here. Mr. Paul. Yeah. So, so 6 acres in the wood when I was on high school, and put up various dipoles and long wave antennas. Great listening in the late 70s and early 80s. Yeah, and back in the day, there was so much to listen to. Mike B wants to know who's a reputable MLA 30 plus vendors on eBay or Amazon. How do I know that I'm not getting a low quality clone? I think from my observations that I've seen for all the people that have purchased one, as long as you get the one that has the official bias D box with the cables, you're okay. The big problem was that a lot were sold, and people were getting the one with like the power cable was just 2 little wires, a black and white wire to plug in on something. You want to have the ones that has all the USB cables for the power and the connectors on the bias T and everything. And I think as long as it's that version, you have pretty much the real correct one. If anybody has purchased one recently and wants to share a link, by the way, maybe of where they purchased it, that could be helpful to our friend Mike here. So, Vault says, sadly, QRM situation is getting worse. Got S4, S5 on 6 meters in certain directions. Very unfortunate. Oh, yeah. I put AM2 here to make it more sensitive on 6. And, yeah, definitely there's here I've got new neighbors that purchased a little house right next door. And they were renovating for the last year, so nothing changed until in the last, I'd say in the last month and a half, some noise started creeping up on the bands, and I mean it's really horrible now. It's like at my 20 meter band, 20 meters, 17 meters, and 15 meters that were relatively good with the end fed. Now have no amp on. My S meters at S3, S2, S3 on the Yaesu. I didn't have that before, and it's and by ear it's very obvious there's some interference. Jay Dakota says I will probably soon buy an MLE30 Plus. Jasmine says my friends thought it was cool. I got the idea when one of them mentioned Stingrays, and I mentioned these mesh radios were a solution, so it was a perfect opportunity to show them while we were bored. Cool. Toast and Loaf, I haven't seen... Whoop. Okay, here we go. And, okay, let's go down here. Okay, I haven't seen any linked info for loops on the ground that I remember. Gustavo, no file. Nice to have you here. Gustavo says the MLA30 I got as a blue LED. The loop wire doesn't stay at all, so I had to make a cross-like frame to hold it in place. It may be a bad clone, but the reception is very decent and good catches. The loop itself, even if it's not a perfect circle, it doesn't really matter. I mean, it's a thin piece of metal wire, and mine is kind of bent a little bit now because of the dominating wind from the west all the time. And it doesn't really matter that it does that or not. But you know, some people change that loop for some people put copper tubing around to make a nice loop with it. Some actually took the time to make a bigger loop. They say that might be improving actually. Some have modified it with a better coax. There's lots of things. At the price that it also is a great experimenter's antenna, basically. It's not expensive. You buy a couple of them, and you modify them differently. Jasmine says, most of my friends use Signal at raves and stuff, so I showed them as an extension of security. Rick Myers, K04OSA, the next ISS pass hopefully will be good reception here in Central Florida. Yeah, you are in the beginning of the path, so you'll be the first to get it before it gets all the way up the East Coast, up to here in Montreal, where the pass isn't that great actually. The pass is, if I look here, it's a 33-degree pass to the southeast. This is what it looks like on the Evans Above app on the phone. So it's not a very high pass, and I know for a fact that for me to get great pictures, the ISS needs to pass to the north of me. That's where my mobile vertical works best. So if it's not passing to the north of me, then it is maybe not going to be the best to decode. But anyways, we'll try it. There's another one which will be to the north at 47 degrees, which will be a much better one. But this one's going to be at 23 UT. I guess we probably will still be live, so that one will be better. So, but we'll start with this one at 2120, 2118 UT. Jasmine, it's because drones are more common than shortwave radios. I have a pilotless selfie drone. Cool. James de Calais, bonjour. J'espère que ça va bien. Nice to have you on board from the UK. VT Radio, Paul, nice to have you here. Checking in from Northern Vermont. Just spent 3 hours painting the deck. Maybe it'll give me the incentive to go out there and make some radio videos. Yeah. Jasmine says it follows me and can take aerials and pics from different angles. That's cool. Robert Levin, I'm having trouble with my PL660 with the light staying on or off. Tried pressing 5, but it doesn't work consistently. Took the battery out for a few minutes, but it didn't fix anything. Yeah, the battery, if you take the battery out, it's not a few minutes. To reset the radio completely, it's several hours without batteries. So that it really resets completely. So, but I don't know. My PL680 doesn't have the ability to have the lights stay on. It's not. I don't know. I didn't know the 660 could, because the 680 that I have, you cannot get the light to stay on. It stays on only for a few seconds. VT Radio, CHU, what time is it? Trustin, nice to have you here from Newfoundland. Oh, I'm sure, Jasmine. You know, technology today is just so cool. There's so many things that are just, you know, now you guys are getting me worked up to go and get the drone. Justin says, wow, took all the noise out. Oh yeah, definitely. When you put the noise on, the noise suppressor, it's just amazing. So that noise, yeah, that noise suppressor in OBS is just great. Great. Brian Liesner just picked up a Guzizu branded WV601 passive loop. And it has to be one of the best purchases in recent times. Love it, works great. And they aren't fibbing about the frequency range of 10 to 999 megahertz. Interesting. I found that in LNA really isn't needed. Yeah, well, it probably is. Well, it's a passive loop, so it usually doesn't have noise because it is passive. So that's interesting. Interesting. I'm looking at seeing what I could do to have a better VHF UHF antenna in the back. Be checking that out. Egan the Xer, my cat Boots just jumped on my lap just as you showed Paul. Peter Giacopelli, Paulie looking good. Absolutely, absolutely. He's a happy cat, I can tell you that. Joseph says solar panels are big noise generators. I've been noticing creeping noise on some bands as more people installing them around me. Yeah, I've heard a lot about people, and I think it has to do with they have like these inverters. A lot of them have these inverters in them. Inverters are crazy noisy usually. eFog3, nice to have you on board. What else do we have? I'd zero beat that. Waiting for delivery of a new radio, the ATS decoder SI4732 full band radio. You're gonna have fun. Nice to have you here, Craig WDX2ROE. Master Players Radio by the ISS have not been successful with my local setup, so I went to the SDR receiver in Washington, D.C. with decent results. Jasmine, encryption in the ISM band with low power is allowed. No orange map transoceanics here, says our old radios. Jasmine says, get the drone. you know, it's 37 something. And it is actually, it's like a big special they have. It is actually a nice drone and a big. It comes in a casings, and it has extra batteries, everything. I was like, yeah, okay, maybe I should get it, but I should get it. I know. Then we'll have the official drone channel. Lagodice says CHU fairly good here in 7850 telescopic DX286 near the computer, which isn't bad. It means your computer is not very noisy, because I mean a portable radio near a computer usually is a Really, really tough one. Darren Rogers, nice to have you here from Long Island, New York. Marcin, nice to have you here from Poland. Martin, SQ3M, nice to have you on board, my friend. Old radios, about to one of my cylinder players showed up. Cool. Jasmine, the drone sounds perfect for you and the price is good. Yeah, absolutely. It's really, really, it's like they ordered a lot of them because when I looked at the webpage, they had, I think it was 600 of them in stock. I was like, what, 600? You guys think you're going to sell a lot of them? And so I'm going to go and have a little walk to the store on this week and go check it out. Brian Leisner says we had a brief power outage in my neighborhood a couple of nights ago. What a difference! I complained that they fixed it too fast. Yeah, I can. Oh man. Yeah, my MacBook Pro, Joseph, that I had in 2016, 17, um, was not very good with the radios. It had a lot of noise in shortwave radios. Joseph says my Texan PL 680 just froze. Even after removing the batteries, it is not turning off. Just stuck on a frequency. Very strange. Guess I'm just waiting to run out of onboard battery or something. Yeah, it can happen. What happens very often, Joseph, and maybe that's what happened to you. It doesn't have, maybe you won't feel it, but you might have touched the antenna and you might have had a little bit of static electricity. So when you touched it, you zapped the circuit and it froze like that. You have to remove the battery until the onboard power just goes completely off. And when you put the batteries back, it's going to be fine. It's going to be fine. So it can happen. It happened to almost all of my radios here. It happened to my Sony ICF 7600 this week. It was I touched a metal object and it, for some reason, had static charge and it froze. It froze. Like, you know, crazy. And I removed the battery, waited until it completely had the battery completely, like all the electricity, all this, like, and it worked. So and sometimes, because sometimes the reset, even the resets, sometimes the reset is that it works. Sometimes it doesn't reset enough, so you have to leave the battery off so that all the power drains out. Lagadai, also, AI said the Texan PL680's backlight function has two timer settings, 5 and 30 seconds. Yeah, mine is set as 30 seconds. I wish it would have a always on feature. I hate radios that don't have an always on feature. Because at night, I like the radio's display to just always be on. I think it's really, really the best for me. So, sorry. Has nothing to do with shortwave, but those of you that have been following the fantastic fiasco of the couple at a Coldplay concert, the CEO of Astronomer just resigned after all of the crap. And it's like, okay, you're doing stuff that you shouldn't do. Well, that's what happened. So I'll just show you guys one picture that I shared on my Facebook, personal Facebook wall. That's just so funny with that. Based on the famous painting. So, anyways, enough of that. Enough gossip. This is not entertainment tonight. It's shortwave radio. Oh, God. Blogger says, yep, love radio with constant backlight and lighted keys. Oh, yeah, lighted keys. Man, that also is something that is crazy missing. Crazy missing of so many radios. That you have a nice backlit keyboard at night is just so cool. So yeah, they like Coldplay. I like Coldplay too. I saw them in concert twice. Frank Ireland, I missed my Ethan A5 with the backlit. Yeah, which is also known. I got the Grundig named version. But Ethan E5, Grundig G5 are the same. And yeah, that radio has the lighted keys. Absolutely. And it is very, very beautiful. So I sold it to the sticky residue problem. I haven't had a radio with backlit buttons since. Yeah, you shouldn't have sold it. I removed the stickiness using 70% isopropyl alcohol. You know, the one that you use when you want to put alcohol on a scratch or anything. It just use that in a little kind of cotton swab, and you just slowly rub. If you have anybody has a radio that's sticky, like really gooey, sticky, use that. Slowly rub it with that 70% alcohol, and you will get a radio that is going to be great. No more sticky stuff on it, and it's going to come back nice. It doesn't take out the lettering or anything off the keys. And I've have 3 or 4 radios that were like that, very sticky, and I cleaned them all with that, and it works great. Works great in removing it. Yes, James Farley, we are going to slowly head to the checking out of the ISS. I could see it coming slowly. It's still in the Pacific Ocean, according to my Orbitron software, and it's coming up. It's coming up, and this is going to be an interesting decode of the International Space Station. I don't know how well it's going to work, but I think it's going to be cool to check that out. What else do we have? What else do we have? To Broke Tim. Oh no, SDRs are better all the way. You've had a bad experience because you haven't chosen the right ones. You have to choose the good ones. If you get an SDR play, you're going to see that is plug and play. All you have to do is tune the bands and learn, of course, using the software and the different functionalities of it. But SDRs are vastly superior to any radio, for the most part, because of all the amazing features you can get out of them, plus the waterfall and everything. I think your comment is more of the frustration of all that you went through, that it didn't work well and you couldn't have it working and you just went crazy. And so I can understand, because I mean, when you get something like that and it doesn't work, or it doesn't work the way you want, it drives us crazy. But it, like I said, with all the stuff that you purchased, that total amount of money would have gotten you an SDR Play RSP1B, and that would have been just a plug and play thing. No problem. No problem, Frank Ireland. We're not looking at any. Keegan, if Entertainment Tonight had a segment on this radio hobby, the show would be watchable again. 54 Cal says M12 making the trip. Next broadcast in 20 minutes on 16/3/1 kilohertz. So you heard M12, which was absolutely there, the M12 Russian number station. It was cool watching them perform full stars at the final of the FIFA Club World Cup. The best Coldplay moment I ever had was we have a Osheaga Festival, which is an outdoor festival that lasts 2 days, 3 days, here in the in a island south of Montreal. And so for 2 days, you have tons of bands all day long. It's one of the most popular festivals in Montreal, and I think it's in 2008, 9, somewhere there. Coldplay was one of the bands, and so I went there with a friend of mine. It was so magical that night. It was like Coldplay. There were fireworks at the La Ronde fair. There was a full moon. Even Chris Martin stopped in the middle of a song, amazed at the fireworks on one side and the full moon on the other side, in what was a perfect summer evening. Just perfect weather. And it was like there was something magical that night. I saw Coldplay then 3 or 4 years later, but at an indoor venue, the Bell Center. I didn't have that magic. And I think that magic was part of that outdoor experience with the fireworks and the moon. And there was something there that I couldn't get that again. So it was weird, but that night, man, I will never forget it. That night was magical. I was with one of my best friends from my good old school days, and we just had a blast. So, what else do we have? Jeff K, my recliner's power supply stays lit after removing cord from the wall. The internal cap's old. Oh yeah, a lot of power supplies, because they have very big capacitors to smooth out as much as possible the output of the power. Robert Levin, I need that passive loop. We have frequent power outages here, so the MLA30 won't work. You can work the MLA30 easily on a power bank, Robert Levin. Buy yourself a little power bank. You don't even need that antenna. Buy yourself a power bank, like to charge phones, and plug the MLA30 on the power bank when the power gets out. That MLA30 is gonna last days on a power bank. You don't need any other antenna. KWN61, same thing, uses as USB power bank. And you can use it to charge radios, you could use it to do a lot of other stuff at the same time. So okay. What we are going to do now, guys, is I'm going to switch to the on-screen stuff. And we're going to prepare ourselves in 8 minutes, 9 minutes from now. Well, pretty much 8 minutes, 10 minutes. We're going to have a pass of the International Space Station. And so I'm going to bring up the software, the SDR software, which is going to be running my network SDR Play device. So it's an NRSP-ST. It's in the backyard. It's in the kitchen, actually. It's in the kitchen, and I hid it in one of the cupboards of the kitchen, next to pots and pans and stuff. And it is connected to my wideband VHF UHF antenna that is in the backyard. So that is my setup. The VHF UHF antenna, I told you guys so many times, I got it for 99 cents way back in the 90s. I wish I purchased more. It was like a sale. The same place that I bought the little $13 radio. They had a rack, like a full wall of antennas back in the 90s. And I guess they didn't sell them much anymore because people didn't want antennas anymore for most of the stuff. So one day, every single antenna on that wall was 99 cents. Regardless of how much they cost before, it's 99 cents. Just pick your antenna. So I got there, took one, wideband VHF, UHF. I thought this is cool. I went back 2 days after to buy another one. There were no more antennas. Apparently one guy came in and says, I'm taking everything. And of course, he probably made a deal and sold these antennas somewhere and made money off of them, you know. But that's before eBay, because if eBay would have existed, I probably would have done that. It's like, I'm taking all of them. I'm going to sell them on eBay. You know. So, this is going to be cool. And it's so all this data is connected, and the device, the SDR Play device, is a network device. It's connected through Wi-Fi. That's why I'm getting it on my PC here through a Wi-Fi connection. So we're gonna switch to that because I want to make sure that it works fine and that it doesn't bog down our live show. One of the things I'm going to do is I'm just going to check if we could, yeah, okay, here. I'm just going to check, make sure that this works fine and the way that I want it to. So, let's switch to a display capture. Okay. Now let's bring this down and this down. So you guys going to see my tracking software, Orbitron. The ISS is now moving towards Florida on the map. So I guess you guys could see that. And we're going to start the SDR Connect software. Let's see if it shows up on screen properly. We're going to connect. So now it's not detecting, of course, my radio. It has to do that. Of course, that's always the fun part. Never detecting when you need it. Why doesn't it detect the darn radio now? Come on. Show up. There we go. NRSP. Now, let's put the volume down. Let's tune 145.800. And we'll put it at 803 because the Doppler shift will make this so 145.803. Let me just check out a few things here. Am I getting, whoops, that's not what I want to do. OBS Studio. Just want to see OBS Studio. I don't know why it doesn't want to show up. Okay, here we go. When I put the volume on the SDR, just want to see if it puts any volume for you guys. Not because I have to choose the proper audio. Audio device should be so okay, default primary. Okay, let me check it out here. I think it has to do with So audio device. Lifting boat, noise reduction. Should tell me that it's this. And let me check out what we got here if I put this on. This guy here, the static. Sure. So, and I'm going to start the software. SSTV is what I use to decode. So this is what I use to decode. And this, of course, yeah, we'll be getting that here through the console. So to show you guys history, there's a few pictures that I got. There's this one. And it's this one. There is this one. This one is the clear one, but it's a little out of sync. So, and there's here. This one was great. It's one of the great ones. And I got some on my tablet that I did with the manual scanner also. So what I do usually, and that's what I've been doing, is I put this here. I put Arbitron like here, something like that. So we both see the decoding software, and here's the ISS, which is right now on, and I'm receiving it. So I'm gonna do this. Yep. So here we've got a decode that was noisy. Like I told you guys, when it's on the southeast of me, usually I'm not getting the best decodes in the world. But we're going to see, so 2 minutes off now. What they're doing is 2 minutes off. And what we're going to do is see if the other picture in any way gets decoded. If you guys stay in, the next pass is around 7 p.m., which is 23 UTC. That one is to the north and higher. That one should give me at least one, if not two, great decodes. So we're going to see what happens with that with the ISS. So, and Yeah, I know about the slant. It's I have to fix it when when it decodes. I know. You can check it out. And there's the sync button. So we're gonna try the next. See if there's a next picture. And then we'll come back and continue and talk about it. It's kind of fun. So this is the International Space Station passing overhead, and it is, of course, sending out slow scan television pictures. So we'll see what happens with this in the next. So we got a couple of images a little noisy. We'll come back to that in not long. We're going to go back to our cameras and stuff. But, you know, this is the first. The next pass is going to be much better. And we're going to have, I bet you, some really good clean decodes. It's going to be a lot of fun. So let's go back to streaming. Here we go. And go back here. Here we go. And hope you guys enjoyed that little moment. So this is going to be the next pass at 23 UT, a higher pass, and to the north, which is going to give me some really, really beautiful pictures, actually. So, hope you guys enjoyed that little moment. And we're going to check out, hopefully, some better pictures. Jim Gurdon, what does Jill and viewers think is the best radio-related pop rock song? For me, it's Queen, Radio Gaga. I love the Metropolis-related video, too. Yeah, Radio Gaga is a good one. Black or Die, I have a very small power bank and I use with the MLE30 Plus. I don't have to worry about noise. I haven't had to recharge in months. Yeah, the MLE30 takes so so small of power. It's like it's a trickle, microamps almost. It's just crazy how it just doesn't take a lot of power to run. David in Barcelona, nice to have you here. EA3IEK, SWLEA4998URE. Pretty cool to have you on board. Been having pretty great SSTV copies of the ISS these days. Pretty cool. Hey, Kenneth, nice to have you here. KW61. And says this time of year outdoor concerts aren't recommended unless you want heat stroke. Yeah. What else did we have here? And oh yeah, in the 90s and and even in the 80s, there are some stuff that were expensive. I mean, a good radio in the 80s was way more expensive than a good radio today. And I mean by a lot, a long shot. It was crazy expensive to get anything that was a good radio back in the 80s. So it depends what. There are stuff that you get like for cheap and that were interesting, but there's a lot of stuff that today is actually way better in price point. So, Brian Leisner did an Orange Pi and RSPDX pairing for playing with network SDR at my place. Jasmine says, I like this. We need more stuff like this. So we'll have pretty sure I will have a better decode in the next one, and I'll shut up so that the full picture is decoded. Atari, is this better than internet shortwave radio? What do you mean by that exactly? Well, you can't compare. It's a very different thing. An internet radio is an internet radio that receives streaming stuff, which is not the same. SRL signals, just heard some SSTV signal on 145-800 on my Radio Shack Pro 2006. All you need is to decode it. So, yeah, but internet radio doesn't have what shortwave has. It's two different things. There's a lot of shortwave stuff that isn't on the internet. And for those that say, well, it's loud and clear, yeah, absolutely, streaming is loud and clear. But how many times do you get buffering? It happens so often, it is actually very annoying at times. It depends on what stream. Some streams are perfectly good, but some streams are not. But it depends what you want. Internet radio is not appealing for guys like us in general, for a simple reason, because we have the fun of having the invisible signals coming, through the atmosphere to an antenna on a radio, which is a very different experience. So, Jasmine, that's getting close to politics. There are so many things like that, And, but you know what, Atari, one of the things is that a lot of stuff online, yes, 98% and everything else in English, though, because it depends on the countries and what you're listening to. There are some great stuff online. I do listen to podcasts online and streaming, but, it's not the same as radio. Tosenloff, never did hear the 145-800. What are you using to try to listen to it? Jasmine says, very cool, even not of the best reception. Yeah, when it passes to the south of me, it's always a tough one. David, Jill, I see your MFC TV getting slammed. Go to Sync tab. While it's decoding, yep, I'm going to check it out. In the next passes, we're going to check it out. VT radio just heard the pass on an old ICOM IC27A. Did not, I did not decode it though. Yeah, on ham transceivers, like handheld ham transceivers, it receives very, very, very well. So it's pretty cool. Oh yeah, you can. When I play it, that's the other thing, you guys. When there's going to be the next pass at 23, when you hear the tones, you can use your phone, you can use a device, and if you have it listen to the audio of my feed, it should decode a picture actually. Joseph says never heard SSTV that clear. Oh, the next one's going to be even better. And the next pass is going to be to the north, so it's going to cross central states of the United States also. If we look at, I'm just going to restart the Orbitron software. And go with the ISS. If you guys look, I'm going to show you my screen again. If you guys look at the Orbitron pass of the next pass of the ISS, it's going to start through California, go through the mid-US over the Great Lakes, and up to the north of me in Quebec. Usually from about the Great Lakes up to Newfoundland in that zone, I usually have a amazingly good clear signal. If the bulk of the picture they send out gets through here, we're gonna have a very clear decode on this one. So this is gonna be a lot of fun, definitely. So I think this is really gonna be cool. So that's the next pass coming up. That is going to be really. If you guys have a scanner radio anywhere in that, and pretty much anywhere in the United States almost, because the footprint of the ISS is big, it's going to cover pretty much all of the United States at some point in the next pass at 23 UT here, but earlier for you guys here on the West. So this is going to be something to look at, definitely. Definitely. I think you guys are going to enjoy that. What else do we have? Okay. So, what else do we have? Toast and Love. I hardly ever hear anyone but them using PD-120. Dave Moss, some power banks need more of a load than the MLA30 and they shut off. Yes, it does happen, absolutely. You're right on that. Some power banks have the impression that you're actually not taking enough of a load, and they do shut down when the MLA30 is plugged, because he has the impression that there's nothing on. You have to plug a little something else on it to make the power bank actually continue giving its power. Robert Levin, another song about radio, was by a group from Quebec, but I can't recall the name of the group. Message on the radio was the title, I think. Yeah, Tori, that was the International Space Station sending a slow scan TV picture on VHF. All right, VT Radio, have a good dinner. Like it ice, some wall-powered USB power supplies are noisy. Yes, absolutely. You got to be careful. Absolutely. Yeah, Mexican Radio. Yeah, by Walter Voodoo. That was a good one. So, well, that's the funny thing, Atari. They don't all go to the internet. 80% of all the shortwave stations you used to get are gone. They're not even on the internet. That is a false impression. There are a few. I do listen to podcasts like from I am Radio Polonia. Radio Poland is there. There's Bulgaria as a daily podcast. There's a few of them, but the majority of the shortwave stations have not gone to the internet. What you get on the internet is the local stations from them, which is very, very different because it's not catered to an international audience. It's just catered to local audiences. So it's different. It could still be very interesting to listen to, but it's very different. Oh no, we are very different, and like Jasmine says, most of us are a very different breed because we get fascinated by how it works, you know. So it always has been like that. It was not, in the 70s and 60s, 70s, 80s when we were probably where there was the peak of shortwave listeners. Um, most people were there for the program listening that they can get off of shortwave, but not, we were a small percentage being fascinated by by the way it works and the propagation and getting these radio waves. So, by the way, guys, two things. I'm going to go check my little caregiving duties for a couple of minutes. I'll be back. Don't forget that you can give a little something if you like what you see. If you enjoyed the cool decode, and we'll have another one coming up at 33 UTC of the International Space Station. How about giving a little something? If you want this to continue, if you find this cool, well, think about it. And I'm reaching out once again to everybody that has never given anything. It's not always to the same people to give out a little piece of money that helps out a lot. And whatever amount helps, guys. Okay? Super chat here. And there is a pizza fund. Pizza fund and Paul the cat treats at PayPal also. And for your enjoyment while I go and do my little duties, we will actually leave you with the wonderful, cute Paul the cat that is sleeping like a little baby. So back in a few seconds, guys. And we are back. I will have to go back in a few minutes just to check out on something. So, yeah. What else do we have? David, okay. The adjustment majority, yep. It's not fascinated by how it works. They just want the content and stuff, absolutely. Atari, one Cuba back English to North America, loud and clear, yeah. I heard that they are working on fixing some of the antennas, and hopefully, maybe they'll have something back, because right now that's the problem is getting all of that back. They don't seem to have a lot of technical people to work on fixing all of the transmitters and stuff. So so let's continue down here. Let's go here. What else do we have? Richard Califano, nice to have you here from Albany, New York. Cool to have you here. Anders Gustafsson, nice to have you on board. Here, the ISS in Sweden now. Yep, it was going towards Europe. So cool. Brian Leisner's unpacking and setting up an Ethan Elite field while watching. Initial task, great audio and great sadness that I don't have. An F connector adapters for the antenna. Boombox audio. Richard Califano, can I receive VHF on an SDR Uno? Yeah, we are using an SDR Play device. You can go up to 2000 megahertz. But you do need an antenna that will receive well on those frequencies. But yep, you can receive VHF, UHF, and like I said, up to 2000 megahertz. But you will need a separate antenna. So, well, what you just connected to one of the I don't know what device are you using, but you use the antenna connector, and you just plug in a antenna that's good for VHF, UHF. There's a lot of wideband antennas out there that are decent. Depends what you want to listen to. Because if you use a wire or an MLA30 or things like that, that's not going to work very well in those frequencies. You really need a dedicated antenna. Like my RSP device has 3 connectors. So what I often did was the shortwave antenna is on one, say antenna A, and then the VHF antenna is on antenna B connector. And the radio, when I switch to VHF or UHF frequencies, I just switch to the antenna that goes with the band I'm listening to. So, actually, my shortwave, your shortwave sounds like that, Tori, because you're in the United States and you hear only the U.S. broadcasters that are religious. But anywhere else in the world, shortwave sounds like shortwave with really interesting stuff. It's really here in North America where shortwave has a lot of those religious stations that are dominating the bands. Yep, Richard, that would work great. All you need to do to have to connect it to the to your SDR with an adapter if you don't have the proper plug. You can get online. You can get some adapters that will take that whatever plug you have for that antenna, or if you don't have, you can. I don't know what you have as a setup right now, but You can get a SMA to whatever adapter so that it will work on your device. Absolutely. Tosanov is hearing 11610, which that comes from Madagascar. Blogger die, look around to see what would get 145.800. Tosanov, Paul senses a disturbance in the force. Blogger die, Haronda HRD 757. Oops, let me go back up. Wonder if it's working. Maybe you could figure out how to program the Baofeng thing. Yeah. The problem with the Haronda, is that on the it doesn't have narrow FM. So on 2 meters, for example, that would be useless to try to get anything amateur radio. This is my main problem with the Haronda. The fact that, come on, it has VHF, UHF. Why didn't you think about narrow FM on it? It stays stuck in wide FM, which is useless anywhere else than from the broadcast, the FM broadcast band. RTL SDR V4 works great. That works. That if it's like the V3 in sensitivity and everything, I've used my RTL SDR V3 to listen to amateur radio satellites. So the V4 should work too. Lowtech 42, nice to have you here. Says Paul is doing his impression of Professor X. Mike B is getting Spain on 17715. Craig Martinetti, I think HCJB still has a broadcast in Spanish. Shortwave and internet. Yeah, but they have from the Quito transmitter side, they have one last broadcast. I'm not sure if there's Spanish. I know there's Quechua, some of the local languages there. Quechua and two other languages. I'm not sure they have Spanish in it though. Oh, that Tram 1411, Richard, will will be perfect for your SDR device, your SDR play. It will work great. Mike BPL 330 and real antenna coming through for me. Thank you, Frank Ireland, for the donation. Much appreciated. A Darius Mist Dancer. I just recently got an RSPDX R2 and I can't be happier with it. I must say though that SDRNO has quite a learning curve. Yeah, like all the SDR software. Each software has its own quirks that you have to go through and learn. But slowly as you get through the software, that's where you get some you get some experience and some good reception. But they're great devices. I mean, for the price point, because that's always the thing. When people talk about the price point, like there was a presentation done at the Shortwave Fest, Winterfest, where the presenter puts the SDR play devices in the crappy category, which I don't agree. And I think he focuses too much on devices that are very expensive. They have flaws. They have little things that are definitely, a problem. There are some images in the lower frequency range. They're not perfect. They're not perfect, but if you put the price with what you got, they're actually pretty cool and pretty good. It's a question of, some people, unfortunately, when they talk about radio, are incapable of comparing lower end radios properly when they are only expensive stuff. Some people, there's a few that I know of that they have these big gun Yesus, Kenwoods, and ICOMs that cost thousands of dollars, and really poo-poo the Texan radios. And it's like, nah, that's no. And I got $1,000 radios. I can tell you, I'm not gonna poo-poo any Texan radio or a lot, or an XH Data D808. They're pretty amazing, and I will say what a lot of them will refuse to accept, that they're not that far from your big gun $2,000, $3,000 radio. They do have flaws. They do have things that they don't do. They don't have as many settings and things like that, absolutely. But bring me an XH Data D808, and I'll show you it will receive whatever you're listening to on that $3,000 receiver. The $3,000 receiver, well, it will have extra buttons to make it maybe clearer, a little better. But still, I say it all the time, these little radios receive what the big guns receive. Big guns just have a little extra on them to make them better in some way. So yep, that Trend 1411, Richard, which is one I have here that I need to put back up, is a great antenna, by the way. Good night, Art. Thank you for the donation. I saw you sent a donation through PayPal. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. Jasmine, do you think shows aimed at shortwave listening and hams would be popular on shortwave in North America? I think they would. For those that are still listening, there's still one. There is definitely a need for something interesting. In North America, the big problem right now, I'm sorry, all those religious broadcasts, personally, they should all just get dumped and go wherever you want and have those. It's just that everywhere. And I totally understand. Imagine, Jasmine, that your first time ever you turn on your radio and all you hear is those religious broadcasters. Do you think you're going to continue listening? No. You're going to be like, wow, that's the only thing on shortwave? Why? Because there's a lot more. But a lot more requires your knowledge to be more, too. To understand how it works. To understand how it's done. To understand that there is one very important thing that stations, a lot of them have stopped broadcasting towards North America. So they're out there, but they're tougher to get. Plus, add the fact that we have this freaking noise floor everywhere, makes it even harder. So what you get the strongest stations. And what are the strongest stations? WWCR and company with all their stupid programs that you don't want to hear. So what happens is that I think there would be a place for programming in North America that would be interesting. But it's difficult to dose. There's a few people that had some programs on, like WBCQ and WRMI, and that mentioned that they didn't get a lot of feedback. And you know what's the biggest problem with I don't get feedback? Doesn't mean does not equal there's nobody out there listening. I think it equals that because there's always been this numbers game. I think the BBC or Voice of America, I don't remember who they were, had a number that were saying that if you get this amount of feedback for a show on shortwave, you divide that feedback by a number and then you multiply by 10, and this is how many people are probably listening out there. They had a math calculation, and they said that it was pretty accurate because a big majority of people never write, never send an email. So And radio is radio. You don't know who's out there. It's not like a streaming podcast or whatever where numbers are showing up because you know how many are there. I know there's 137 people right now. I know that, there's all sorts of stats. I know how many people in a week have watched the stream, the live show after. We don't have that on shortwave, unfortunately. There's no numbers in the air. So the thing is how many people are out there? I think there's a lot of people listening in. I think this channel is an example. We're more than 50,000 subscribers. And, if I post a lot of video, we're at, 250,000 views a month. And it demonstrates there's people out there interested in this. So the same audience here will be interested in something that has to do with shortwave or AMs that would be on a shortwave station, easily audible in North America. If there would be some shortwave and interesting, say, news programs that would be on the U.S. broadcasters, that would be as strong as all the religious stuff we hear, there'd be a lot more people listening. I'm pretty sure. Maybe we would even get some new audience. Okay, but this is an idea that I've a lot of Richard Califano. Thank you so much for the donation. This is an idea that's interesting. Last week in the International Radio Report, we talked about bringing back Radio Canada International in some form. The mandate. Because there is a rule, there is a law in Canada that an international service needs to exist. It's written in law. And they accomplish that law, they abide by that law with a very crappy online service that just is the worst thing that you can, nobody will be interested in. You listen to that for 2 minutes and you're like, yeah, right, okay. And there's a lot of us that believe that Radio Canada International, if somebody somewhere would understand the mandate and how it could be done, it could be done very cheaply today because we don't have a transmitter site anymore. That's the bulk of all the money. If we don't have to take care of that and rent airtime over somebody else, transmitters, the cost of Radio Canada International is very low, and it's very low per person. It's nothing. And I believe there's an audience for that. I believe there's still an audience for international broadcasts. Of course, they would be both online and shortwave, not just shortwave. That would be crazy to just shortwave. We're in 2025. You do it online streaming, available. You do it on shortwave, but there would be a shortwave audience for it. But it's very difficult to convince anybody on anything with that. Whoops, camera is blurry. Oh, look at that. Why is it so blurry? What doesn't it like? The hell with that. Hello. There we go. We're back. I don't know why it kind of decided to focus on something else. So, no, it's all of you guys. You need glasses. Yeah, when I'm moving, sometimes if I'm moving and my hands are moving, the camera is like, So, okay, let's continue going down. Okay, Blogger Dice, so there is some Spanish on the HTJ because I know they have Quechua and stuff like that too. So I didn't remember they still had Spanish also. Marvin Motts, nice to have you here from Japan Islands. Ray Hawksford, nice to have you here from Victoria, BC. Here it is, partly cloudy 22. My project today is hooking up my new GA800 loop antenna on my 4th floor balcony with the Texan PL990. Cool. Sounds like a project. Blagadai, these she was 2415 has narrow FM, but I couldn't do the Doppler shift as it only has 25 kilohertz steps. Yeah. So the best would be the RTL SDR. Yep, absolutely. There you could, do 1 kilohertz at a time for the Doppler shift to make sure that you're tuned right to the frequency. Still signals. I have CNG and ATS 909, Realistic DX380, and Grundig Yachtboy 400 PE. Sanjian wins out of the 3. Pretty good radio. So, a Darius Smith Dancer. I was considering one of those antenna too. Now that I have the DX for the higher frequencies. Kevin Michael, 11815, Radio Brazil Central, Portuguese right now. Old radios, AI Brothers Care, yeah. Hey, thanks, Markland, for a great donation. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. Says, thank you for the decoding of 3 or 4 images. The Apollo Soyuz docking. I was 8, and I watched the docking on TV. Yeah, that was an interesting era. It's it feels the same today when you look at the International Space Station having a crew which is part Russian and part US and international also. Kind of trying to say that, whatever the politics, science can still be a place where we, cooperate together. Marvin Motz, thank you so much for the donation. I'm sure, Jasmine. I think a lot of people, I don't know how many times I've heard this. I turn it on, all you hear is religious broadcasters. Yep. I know. In North America, that's what you get. And that's why you drop out quickly. Especially because if you don't, have a particular setup that's good enough, or you have a lot of noise around you, you kind of think, well, there's nothing else. King and the Xer NPR has a podcast called Shortwave. It has no relation to shortwave radio. A bit misleading. Yeah, well, definitely. I would probably go there to see what it's all about, for sure. Darius Mistancer, not everyone would agree with you, though. There are a few of those broadcasts that I do not care for. Remember, though, that those people are paying part of the bill for the stations. Shrug, yeah. WWCR, WRMI, but WRMI they have a lot of stuff on WRMI for sure. So the RTL SDR V4 doesn't get as hot as a V3. That's a good thing. Jean-Arash, I remember when you talk about broadcasting the IRR and WRMI, yeah, you said you needed something else to fill the hour. How about a French version of the IRR? Yeah, problem is it has to be done. It's a question of a lot of things. There could be a French version of it, yeah, definitely. There could be something else. But it's still, you got to have the time to create the content. This is also something a lot of people, I don't know how many times me and Sheldon got someone telling us, oh, the international radio report should be an hour long. Yeah, but if you should look at the time it takes to make just 30 minutes. Making an hour at times would even be painful. 30 minutes just perfect. It's a question that there's, we have a life and other things to do. So it's not always easy to balance it out when people ask us, oh, make more content. Yeah, we need more time also, King in the Xer, WRMI Legends does what the old WTWW did, but stopped and switched to religious talk. Yeah, well, the reason it stopped is because the owners didn't know that You know, the real story behind the WTWW is that the music shows should not have been on the air at all, ever. They were put there by Ted Randall, and the owners didn't know. It's when the owners started looking at what's happening that all of that disappeared, because they said, no, WTWW is not here to play music. It's here to play our religious broadcasts. And that's why he got kicked out. When I see people saying, well, you know, he was the owner of WTW, no, he was not. He was just working there to keep operations running. Decided to do his own thing, which I'll honestly say, thank God, because WTWW was listenable for a while for a guy like me. And I think a lot of us enjoy the fact, and with that page with the where you could actually have requests played, that was cool. That was cool. But you know, that's the thing. It happened to be, unfortunately, not what we're supposed to be. Robert Levin, I was having an argument in my head about why I listen to shortwave with all the religious programming on. That's because you find other stuff. I don't focus on the religious stuff. I listen to other stuff. Now, on the East Coast, it's easier to listen to other stuff. I mean, you know, I do have a choice of other stuff. But, you know, Kevin Michael, ban all cults on the radio. Yeah. So, and you know, there's airtime to pay. That's the other thing. It's like a transmitter costs money to pay for, you know, you have to pay for it. You have to have something to pay for it. That's, if you put music on, music doesn't pay. Unless somebody else does a music show to pay airtime for it. So that's the thing. Darius Miss Dancer requested a QSL from WRMI months ago without any acknowledgement. Be patient, they're very, very slow. I think my WRMI QSL took 8 or 9 months before I got one. They're very, very slow. Kenneth Jill, as the general manager on the UK show Blackadder, says, you mustn't let them poo-poo the poo-poo. I didn't even know what shortwave was until January of this year. Yep. So, yeah, well, the religious broadcasters are not keeping the shortwave alive. I doubt that any of their followers listen to them. If we talk about the fact that if they have other content, well, the religious part pays for them to stay on the air, you know. Oh, you know, Darius Miss Dancer, there's a lot of poo-poo stuff out there. There's a lot of poo-poo political stuff. You know, definitely, it doesn't mean that if you remove the religious broadcasting that what's going to get on the air is going to be necessarily interesting. Definitely, that is something to think about. You got to be careful. What will take the place of the religious stuff? It could be as bad or worse than the religious stuff. So that's also something that, you know, definitely we got to be careful. There's stuff we don't want, you know. Gustavo not found just that, but also younger audiences. I've had nothing to do with radios ever. I'm not even 35, and I randomly came across SDRs and then got shortwave bug. bought radios. But you know what? That is something that has always been the case. Always been the case. Even in the 80s. So in the 80s, I was 80s. I was in what I think was not that bad. Of a time still. It was like the last decade maybe where shortwave had a decent audience. It really dropped off real fast after that in the 90s and early 2000. But even back then, when I started in 82, no one around me knew what shortwave was, except one uncle, which was a TV repair guy. So he came across shortwave radios. We've got so even there, 1982. Imagine, more than 40 years ago. I would not found any kid my age, even young adults, would have been difficult to find that do that. Listen to shortwave radio. So imagine, it was tough back then. Imagine now. Guys, I'm coming back in 2 seconds. I will just go check on a little something, and as we do this, I will let you with the beautiful pictures of Paul the cat sleeping like a baby. And I'm back in 2 seconds. Trying to reach out for me. It's trying to reach out for me. All right. I know, you guys prefer seeing Paul the Cat on my face. I get it. He's much cuter than me, I have to say. So we're slowly approaching the 23 UT, so we'll keep an eye on that. And check out for the next pass of the International Space Station. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. Darius, Miss Dancer, did I hear Brazil? I caught a Brazilian station that has made me want to learn the language as of recent, actually. Yeah, it's Portuguese. There's 11780, which is actually on right now. Must be coming in right now. Which is Radio Nacional Amazonas. 1178. Yep. Very good signal from Radio Nacional Amazonas 11780. And usually on Saturday nights they have some great Brazilian music. Swatcat, Sao Paulo's Soyuz docking was the event that paved the way to the ISS. Yep. Remember, guys, the Mir space station from Russia? Ken Michael been watching the ISS live via the internet. Yep. And Jasmine podcast is shortwave because it's short. So I will just take 2 seconds. I think Paul the Cat is now in the mode that he wants to leave. So I'm sorry, guys, but Paul is going to be out of the room. Out of the room. Just gonna have him. There we go. Oops. So sorry. Excuse me. I stepped on his tail. Poor little kitty. I stepped on his tail. Oh, man. Sorry. Okay. It's heartbreaking when you step on your cat's tail and it's like, I'm so sorry, will you ever forgive me? Oh man. Poor little Paul. So, Darius Miss Dancer streams are more difficult than people realize. Yep, definitely. Robin 11, Amazonas, my relief from the religious station. Music is great. Oh yeah, Jasmine. More money, more content, definitely. Kevin Michael, Get Canada, CBC Vancouver on 690 and CBC Calgary on 1010 at night. What frequency is WTWW? One of the frequencies I think is 9930. The other one is, it's a 9475 or something like that. If it stays the way it is, Jasmine, there won't be anything interesting. No one will want to, go and listen to shortwave. PVM, howdy, question. I have a Kenwood R1000 communications receiver. Frequency dial just went dead, as did the receiver. Better to get fixed or buy some sort of SDR and throw the receiver away? I would not throw it away. The problem will be to get it fixed and get it fixed at a price point that you want to get it fixed. How much are you ready to pay to have that thing work again? That's the question. To give you my personal point of view is if we were like my Kenwood R5000 got fixed for free and I'm happy, I would never have got it fixed personally. I would have I purchased another radio instead. If that would be today, I'd get an SDR, keep the radio, and if you ever come across some way where it could be fixed for not too much of a big amount of money, yeah, might be interesting. But getting it fixed is the first tough thing, because you're going to have a hard time finding anyone that will want to or can fix it. And then what price are you ready to pay? An SDR will be more fun to you and will probably make you say, I'm not having that thing repaired. For a lot less money than that thing will be fixed, basically. Okay. No, nobody listens to WTWW. We listened to it when it was the format with the music. We don't listen to it again. We don't listen to it anymore. But yeah, if you get an SDR, you're not even gonna want to have it fixed, probably. Darius missed the answer. Yeah, once I learned it was possible to pick up stations so far away with shortwave over the air, I was hooked. Not to mention medium wave while using the PL880 and the Texan AN200. Yep. We're having a community-wide search for Mitch the Cat here. Also a Tabby. Oh, man. Like I grew up on KAAY, Little Rock, Arkansas. James Smoother, Paul the Cat, you're a good kitty. James Smoother, call the cat, waiting patiently for you to come back. Out of there you are. Yeah. $111 BBC's Madagascar Relay is another favorite of mine. Great signal in the US Southwest corner of the US. Yeah. 12095 at 04 UT is an amazing signal here. It's one of the best clear, good frequencies for anyone that wants to listen to the BBC World Service in North America. Tosin Love listens to more broadcasts on medium wave and shortwave. Yeah, well, there's probably more content on medium wave to go through. Craig Martinetti, most people enjoyed HCJB. Their shows were hosted by the missionaries. Yeah. You know, this is where you see balance is important. I'm not a religious guy. I don't want to have intense religious talk all the time. Boring. And I don't think even religious people want to have that. HCJB was... The mission of HCJB was obviously to try to convert us towards whatever their idea of Christianity. But it did it in a way where there was a mix of all sorts of shows that would appeal to anybody. So, and it was balanced in a way that it would not drive us crazy. I hate it. It breaks my heart when it rarely happens, but you know, if I step on one of his paws or I step on his tail and I hear him with the loud meowing of it hurts, it breaks my heart. It breaks my heart. I think everybody does that. It's like, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Can you forgive me? He was stepping just outside the door and he just like nudged his head like, yeah, okay, I forgive you. Yeah, the Buzz of Shilling was one, yep. Radio Lucy Vita. Yep. You know. When you're lucky, there are times when you can actually get it does have HCJB does have some of that decoder music a little bit at times on 6050. And that just transports me back to the HCJB days of the 80s when I was listening in with the DX Party Line show and the Mailbag show and the musical Mailbag and Música del Ecuador and, you know. No problem, PVM. But if you get an SDR, you're going to say, well, I don't really need that Kenwood. It's sad that it's there and it doesn't work anymore because it's a nice piece of equipment from the time. And you know what? Rather than throw it away, look at around you or maybe a Hamfest or something. Maybe somebody will want it for parts or, you know, somebody will just want it. He's good in electronics and is going to say, you know, I'll take it off your hands and I'll bring it back to life, you know. Personally, if my Kenwood R5000 that I have here in the back, I didn't have my friend that fixed it for free, it would still not work. I remember back when it went bad, it was 2007-8. I went to 3 places that fixed radios and TVs around here. And I can tell you one thing. All 3 of them looked at the Kenwood and he said, I'm not going to touch that. I mean, come on, guys. You're experienced radio repair people. Why? There's nothing different in a Kenwood R5000 than in a standard radio. It's a standard radio. It's just a little more, you know, has a little more circuitry for different things. But it's a radio. And the fact that these old radios are still, if you're good with electronics, easy to repair because of all the space you've got in them. You know, that's way before almost surface mount and all sorts of stuff that was dreadfully difficult. So, I mean, 11 dry solder joints is a big problem in my R1000. I'm pretty sure that's the reason mine's out of service. It's like the R5000. The R5000 I have is it's a known problem. It shares its electronics with the Kenwood TS 440, I believe. 430, 440. They both have the same problem. That DOTS issue because the PLL loses its lock because the wax that they put on the circuit over the years with the humidity, it becomes acidic and it like breaks the circuit board, basically. Darius, Miss Dancer, does anyone know what I need software-wise with the RSPDX to get DRM? Well, you would have to get this piece of software called, man, forgot the name. Let me think about it. Darius Smith's answer, I think the religious content is oversaturated, but what's needed is people with other content to step up and pay and fill the time. Yeah, that's the problem. Hey, Fred Waterer, nice to have you here. Kevin Michael, agreed 100% with you. HDGB was the best balance. Yep. They had a mission, but they didn't do it in a way that you were tired of hearing about it. They had a few shows that were religious only, but they had some stuff that everybody wanted to hear and have fun with. And my Saturday lineup was there. It's like musical mailbag and DX party line and all this stuff, you know. Robert Varner has stepped on a few cattails in my time. Yeah, it happens. There's it. If you have a cat, if you've done it a few times, that's for sure. They have this way of just creeping up on you, not knowing they're there, and you're like, "Oh, I'm so sorry. I just stepped on your paw," you know. But it still hurts. King in the Exit, that happened with my power chair on occasion. Now I make sure to look behind me. If it's late at night, at least one light on in the area. Yeah. Poor little kitty. Tibidostlowski, HDJB did have some good programming. Miss it. Yep, absolutely. Nice to have you here. I think I have 11780, but I'm getting that high-pitched microphone-like sound. I think it's DC Spike or similar, so it drowns it out. At this time, you might be getting a turkey on 11785 if that's creating an interference. Dream, yes, Blocker died. Thank you so much. Dream is the software for DRM decoding. Mike WX50, still have a lot of nostalgia of my old Kenwood R1000. Yeah, there's nostalgia, definitely nostalgia behind our old receivers, you know. I'm happy to have my R5000 work, but it ain't my main radio anymore, you know. So, you know. Tustin Love, Fred Roder, musical mailbag was great. Yep, still remember they were eating those cookies and cakes and stuff. Tustin Love had to plug my phone to charge, cancel shortwave with all the noise. Ouch. Ouch. Kenneth, the Kenwood built better and easier to repair than changing the oil on a modern day European car. Definitely. Those radios are easy to, you know, anybody that has knowledge, at least those radios are relatively easy to fix. Definitely. Definitely. Yeah, it actually has different colors. So on every live show, it's probably never the same color. It could be blue, green, whatever. And I got two lights. They don't show up much right now, but there's two lights that kind of orange here in the background too. But that's the one that's dominating right now. So we are coming to a point where the International Space Station is coming for another pass. So like we did earlier, we're going to bring up all the software to check out what we're going to decode. We're going to get the SDR Connect software for the network SDR Play device. And let's bring out 145-800 and the 2-meter band. Amateur radio, 2-meter band. There we go. Let's make that zoom in. And we're going to bring MMSSTV software, as we are going to tune around the bands. Actually tune around at 145.800 frequency. So here is MMSTV. Let's put that up here. I mean, let's put that even smaller. And we're going to switch to this screen, so you guys could follow us as we'll decode some slow scan television coming from the International Space Station. And let's switch to display capture. Bring this down. And here we have the ISS is coming over the Pacific Ocean. Will be near California in a few seconds. So this is going to be where we're going to check out. So it's going to pass over Montreal here. And to the north of us. This is the best trajectory for me, because that's the one that usually gives me the best signal on my wideband VHF UHF antenna in the backyard. We're tuning 145803. Why? Because there's Doppler shift since the International Space Station moves so fast. It will, of course, shift its frequency. First of all, a little higher as it gets towards us, because it compresses the radio waves, and that as it moves away from me, then the waves expand. So the frequency shifts down when we are tuning with the radio. So yeah, the two bombs are great. The X Party Line Media Network, Radio Netherlands was great. Absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, but it doesn't need to be. There's a big, for those that are wondering, there's, Craig, take care, stay safe. There's a big footprint. So when you look at the ISS, okay, if you have a scanner radio, for example, you can check it out. If you look near the ISS, okay, look at the huge footprint. That circle around it is where that signal is going to be audible. When we look at this map, it's going to be almost all of the United States, almost. And if you're in that circle as it travels towards me in Montreal on the upper right, you should hear 145800. And if you have devices like my decoding software on the PC's MMSSTV, but on devices like the iPhone, Black Hat Systems as a slow scan TV app that you can buy. There's also the Robot 36 app on Android, and you don't need to physically connect a cable from your radio to the device. You can simply put the audio strong enough near the microphone of your device, and it's gonna hear it and decode the image. So this is gonna be it's gonna be kind of cool. Craig Martinetti was an HCJB monitor. Yeah, I was at a, I think at a point. Of course, I was part of the Andy's DX Club, for sure. So we're coming for a pass slowly. If you guys have a scanner radio, go and get it out and try it. You'd be surprised when it's over your town or near. If you're in that frequency zone, do check it out, as this is interesting. For those that weren't there at the beginning, once again, this is my network RSP, is the NRSP-ST. So this is technically an RSPDX revision 2, and it's paired with kind of a Raspberry Pi or something in a same box. It is in the kitchen because my VHF UHF wideband antenna is only accessible through the kitchen. So I put it in the kitchen, and the device is linked to my wireless network here, so I can access from any computer. It also has a web interface. If you don't have a computer but you have a tablet or something, you can access the device through the web browser, which is also very cool. So I use it in that way to be able to receive VHF, UHF channels and frequencies. So the ISS, the International Space Station, until July the 20th at 18 UTC, so up to this coming Sunday, 18 UTC, is sending a set of 12 images in slow scan television. So I use this on the PC to decode. Once again, if we look at the history of pictures, some of my decodes that I had, that was our last pass that we did live, an hour and a half ago. And we got 2 very noisy pictures. I suspect we're going to have some much better pictures coming up now on the software. I think this is going to be very, very nice. So we'll be checking that out and making sure that. So we'll try to sync it at the end with the little smiley face as it's decoding, for sure. So this is one of the fun things, that when I talk about making your hobby diverse, making diversity, so many things can actually, you can have fun with radio. This is what keeps you in radio. I have so many of these things over time. I have the satellite listening. The first time I came across satellites, I was taking a walk with a scanner radio in the 90s, and I heard a signal on 130, I think it was 137 500 or something, and I wondered what the ping sounds were, and it faded away after 10-15 minutes, and realized that an hour and a half later I heard it again, but I didn't know what it was. So it's thanks to Popular Communications, Monitoring Times, Monitoring Times had an article a few months later on listening to satellites on your scanner radio. That is when I learned that I was listening to satellites, and they had PC software. I remember I had my first software for following satellites. So this is pretty cool. And the first time that I had a PC with a satellite tracker, I was like, wow, I'm NASA, Block or Die is a great idea. If you hear it, but you don't have offhand right now anything to decode, record the signal, and then later on you can listen to it. Don Moman, nice to have you here. V6JY in Alberta. He's hearing 11780. Pretty nice. Yeah, it's pretty nice here too. So yep, yeah. That's all the thing. Don't worry. It has the correct. It's linked to my sound console, and the audio off of the software also goes to the console. That's why you see the peaks. Don't worry. When I shut up and turn on the software, it will be fine. So, Jean Arash, I don't use a dish. I use a vertical. It's a mobile vertical that's supposed to be in a car rooftop for VHF, UHF. It's as simple as that. You don't need a dish for these low Earth orbit satellites. Though low Earth orbit satellites have one thing called polarization. Sometimes your antenna needs to be positioned in a proper way to get the signal correctly. So the ISS is over California, moving over the Rocky Mountains here. And it's slowly coming in. It's gonna have an interesting pass. As soon as it starts getting towards Montreal, I'm gonna shut up. We're gonna let the SDR sound go through. You guys will see in the display here the visuals of the audio of the station coming on 145-800. So no problem, David. So this is going to be kind of interesting. Hey Sheila, nice to have you on board. David, nice to have you here. And pretty cool to have you on board too. What else do we have? Yeah, radio RSA. Yeah, that was great. So let's slowly, let's get there. J Projects is hearing it in San Diego. Yep. Should. Here we go. There we go. Let's put this like this. The ISS. It's almost its footprint. Look at the big footprint it has. It's just like going through the middle states of the United States, and it's already almost the radio footprint is almost already in Montreal. This is thousands of kilometers away in space. The reason the footprint is so big is that since the ISS is high up above, it's like being on top of a very, very, very high tower when you transmit. That footprint gets really, really huge. So some satellites have even bigger footprints than that. So I'm going to switch as it starts coming in to the audio of the SDR, and I'm going to shut down my microphone temporarily so that I don't, or the noise around me doesn't interfere with the ISS. So you guys are going to start seeing it here and hearing it also. Wow, that is weird. That is weird. I'm not hearing it now. What's happening? It's supposed to be there and it's supposed to be very strong, actually. This is so bizarre. I'll reload this stuff. Why is it not there right now? This is bizarre. Why is this? It's as if it's not broadcasting right now. I should hear it. I heard it an hour and a half ago. Why is it not there at this pass? This is so bizarre. I don't see anything here. What is happening? Are you guys hearing it on the East Coast? Because right now, it's off. I know they have the 2-minute thing. Oh, there we go. There we go. I was wondering, is there something in? I guess on the west part, I didn't receive the signal before they went off for 2 minutes. So this is one of the pictures. It's a little noisy at the beginning, but then it gets better at the end. So this is one decode. And as it's moving off, so right now if we look, it's moving off. I don't think we're going to have any other decodes for now. But hey, we got one. I would have thought it would have been better because usually when it's passing to the north of me, usually is better than that. But hey, using just a very basic mobile wideband antenna and the software and everything, it is still kind of cool. And of course, there's other passes later tonight. I might be doing videos of doing it, but with the tablet and a portable receiver. So images received from the International Space Station on VHF for you guys to see, and kind of a very cool thing. Mode is Papa Delta 120, Kenneth, PD 120. So There we go. So, pretty cool. So, RJ Dakota, 6955 Pirate. Upper sideband, let's check it out. 955. Not hearing much here. No, Robert Levin, the footprint is not overestimated. It is the actual footprint. But the thing is it depends on what you have as equipment. If you have a directional antenna, you get all of that footprint. My antenna is not directional, it's omnidirectional. It ain't the best to receive that type of signal. But still it works. Darius, Miss Dancer, what helps is now that you are playing this, I know what I should look for. I don't have an appropriate antenna for this purpose, though. Suggestions are always welcome. I can't use my roof, however. You don't need that much of an antenna. Anything that is a small, VHF, UHF capable antenna is going to work. So Sheila finds that is so cool. So cool. SWAT cats, the following slide numbers 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, and 10. Justin, nice to have you here. I love SSTV. Bob from Wick, I'm more tech than shortwave, but Dad was great. TV Ostrowski, I'm on the FT65 on 145-800 and nothing here in the bubble in Medicine Hat, Alberta. Dad, I'm surprised because I can tell you, I got an FT65 and it is very, very good in receiving. I use mine. I look at my videos. I've used my FT65 for decode on one, and you should have heard something. You should have heard something. Make sure that you're on narrow FM. Make sure, well, the FT65 narrow FM, 145-800 plus or minus 5 kilohertz, depending on where it is. You need to be, because every time you send a picture, there's a 2-minute pause. If you're in that 2 minutes, you gotta wait that 2 minutes until they restart again. So it's easy to be like 1 minute and like, oh, I don't hear it. No, you gotta really, really be patient and wait 3, 4, 5 minutes. As long as you're inside the bubble, you have to continue trying. Redwater says that was cool. Kevin Michael, yeah, Pro 525. It's the antenna. The antenna that's very important. Blogger Die got nothing. What antenna were you using for that, Blogger Die? Just out of curiosity. RJ Dakota says, I like seeing you do the slow scan TV. Amazing. To see how it works. And it is cool, honestly. It's very, very cool. You have to have, wide enough audio. It's narrow FM, but it's like 12, kind of 10, 12 kilohertz is like at least to have all the audio frequencies of the picture. If you have a scanner radio moving along with the scanner, being outside is even better if you have a portable radio. Kevin Michael 6955 coming in on Texan PL 990. David says, seems the ISS coming straight to, yeah, it is going your way. You should be getting a picture, David. If you decode anything, share it with us. It'd be fun to see it. And Darius Vince Dancer, you have to be patient. I like listening to something like aircraft chatter. Yeah, absolutely. Welcome back, VT Radio. Just heard the pass on an old ICOM IC27A. Trying to get my ICOM IC706 MK2 set up to decode the next pass. Yep, because there's several of them tonight. So if you're here on the East Coast, here in Montreal, the next one is at 0 hours and 36 minutes. Then there's another one which is 8:36 p.m. One at 02:13, one at 03:50, which will be the last one for the night. and then it starts again tomorrow at 4 p.m. So this is kind of cool. So this is kind of cool. It's kind of a variation of fax, weather fax type transmission. It's audio frequencies creating images. So RJ Dakota, yep. If you have an Android tablet, Robot 36. Robot 36. I use it on my Amazon tablet, Robot 36. If you have an iPad, it's there's a, I don't remember the name. I think it's Slow Scan TV or SSTV. Black Cat Systems has a SSTV app. It's not free, but it works well. It's worth purchasing. So that is nice. Oh, TV Ostrowski, don't use squelch. When you listen to a weak signal like that, you put the squelch off all the time. The squelch is 0. Don't use squelch. Try to listen. You might have missed it because your squelch, it was there, but the squelch, like you say, was too high. Just turn off the squelch when you try to listen to satellites. It is the best because satellite signals are a little bit like shortwave. When you don't have the proper antenna, it's going to be like up and down. So you don't want to miss anything. So you turn off the squelch for that type of listening. So it's a question of trying it. Like Kedit, there's other passes tonight that you should check out. And Heavens Above website is a great website to know when it's coming back and passing over your town. If you have Android has the Heavens Above app. This is what I use on my phone to know when it's in. So it's like I use this, then I go to ISS, and here all the passes are here for Montreal over my city. And at the same time, once you get used to that, there's something called radio satellites. Radio satellites are all the amateur radio and weather satellites you can actually get on your radio. So for example, you guys want to have some fun? If we keep on going for an hour, I'll show you how we can receive, I hope it's still transmitting, NOAA 15 weather satellite. You guys want to see me receive NOAA 15? I don't have any decoding software for it though. We'll just hear the signal of it. And you guys can try it. NOAA 15. It's on 137.500. I need to set up something to decode the pictures. It will be pretty cool. So there's amateur radio satellites that are repeaters on in the air. By the way, the International Space Station doesn't have just slow scan TV on 145.800. They have a repeater on board, a amateur radio repeater. So when it comes over your town, 436.8 436.800 in UHF, you can hear AM making contacts through the repeater in the International Space Station, which is also something really cool. Jasmine, I think doing this kind of thing, showing people your SDR screen, raises the content quality of the stream. Thanks for doing. Yeah, it had to be done. There's the only way to do it was that, or because I can't listen to it within this room. There's too much interference. I would not get it on a portable receiver unless I'm outside, and I have to show you guys. So how to show you is, well, the SDR software, you know. So this is how it is. This is cool for that. So if you guys want me to continue, and after that we'll probably say goodbye. In about 50 minutes, we'll see if we hear NOAA 15 weather satellite in low Earth orbit transmitting its signal on 137.500. So that is decodable. You need the software. I never got to putting the software together to decode the weather map. Actually, the satellite image that it's sending out, which is really, really cool. But if you have a portable scanner, you don't need anything fancy, honestly. You really don't need anything fancy. So what happens is that a portable scanner with a rubber duck antenna, if you go outside, is more than enough to receive a signal like that. It doesn't have to be very complicated. So, you know. Okay. So RJ Dakota has been doing some QSDR with the tablet. Yep. Kenneth says Black Cat System SSTV app also works on the M series for Mac, MacBooks, Airbooks. So if you have an Apple device. VE5 SARM Netix, nice to have you here. And the number of numbers the last 2 minutes was impressive. Thanks to Broke Tim. Every Saturday, Darius Smith's dancer. Every Saturday starting at 20 hours UTC. And that's 4 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Jasmine, you should show us the SDR screen whenever you listen to something. Yeah, maybe I should switch that to I have my SDR RSPDX here that does absolutely nothing right now. I should plug it with the MLA30 and have that also being on the SDR Connect software, so that if I listen to shortwave signals, I can actually show you guys what I'm hearing directly through the SDR here, for sure. Thank you to Broke Tim for the donation. Much appreciated. Team Ostrowski, Scrawlcha, live and learn. Yeah, you know, we always learn about something. You know, I was doing one of the videos this week in the darkness with my Pro 43 scanner, and I couldn't get the slow scan TV on. And while looking at the scanner, I realized that instead of being on 145.800, it was on 145.820, and I was like, oh, that's why I'm not hearing it. You know, doing a video. And I actually said it in the video. I was like, sorry guys, it was on the wrong frequency. You know, it happens to all of us. It's the way it is. And sometimes you're like, yeah, okay. You know, the first thing I thought was, you know, do I post a video? I look like an idiot. And I'm like, yeah, that you need to post that video because everybody does it and you did it. And it's going to make everybody feel better knowing, yeah, look, everybody's like that, you know? Kenneth says, get myself a beer. I got one here. I had to put it on the desk because it's frozen. So anyways, yeah, if you guys enjoy this, and you know what, maybe set up at some point. Man, it's getting cold here. What's the temperature? I'm gonna check it out. It's 70. Oh, that's why it's cold. I'm gonna just turn off the air conditioning. It's really getting cold here. Oh man, here we go. I'm actually getting a frozen block. I'm gonna freeze like my beer. I'm gonna actually freeze like my beer. So, Ken Michael getting the ISS live via the internet. What SDR I recommend? Look, there's a few ones that are great out there. I think for an entry level, like I always say, entry level, the SDR Play, I'm going to put it here in the chat, SDR Play RSP1B is a great entry level. It's a plug and play. It works. You just need to fiddle with the software, which is another story for any SDR. Another one that is very good, and actually depending on what type of listening you do, like medium wave and so on, there are some advantages to the AirSpy HF Plus Discovery, which is very good. This one more if you're a medium wave, low frequency, medium wave, long wave listener is apparently better than the SDR Play. The SDR Play has the advantage of being a wideband receiver. It goes up to 2000 megahertz, 2 gigahertz. So if you like listening to what things you'd listen on a scanner radio, you'll listen to that on the SDR Play. You won't on the AirSpy because the AirSpy ends at 100 and some megahertz. You don't have a very big coverage on that one. But it's superior in some parts of the frequency range. But I think the RSP1B is an amazing device if you want entry level, basically. So I'm going to take Orbitron software. I'm going to go get the NOAA 15. I think I'm going to have to update the weather satellite list. So let me go here. Satellites. How do I add that? I've not used it in such a long time that I don't remember where to go to update the satellite stuff. Okay, here it goes. Let me. Okay, what's that? Okay, yeah. Satellites. Let me, okay, NOAA is in here, right? Nope. Okay. Load TLE. NOAA. Or it's weather, I think. No, NOAA. NOAA was updated. No, NOAA is an old list. Do you want to update now? Yes. Okay. I'm going to update the NOAA satellite list. It's updated. No, it says error. 0 files downloaded. Why? Why? Does it update the satellite amateur? So it did with the amateur. Why doesn't it do it with the NOAA? So let's track all. Okay, let's try space track. Nope. Let's try spacetrack.org. Okay. NOAA. No, this one doesn't have the same one. Okay, so let's track here. Amateur visuals. This. Okay, let's try all. Space track full. Apply. Oh no, it requires a password. Why can't I update NOAA? Darn it. Error message. They couldn't download the file. Okay, if I try OrbCom, does it work? Nope, doesn't work except for the amateurs. This is weird. Never happened before. Common. What's common? Iridium, new, visual, amateur. Okay. That's weird. That's downloaded. Huh. Okay, I don't know why it doesn't want to update. So the NOAA 15 satellites are completely off because they're from 2005, the TLEs. So, okay, we're going to use an online resource to do it then, because I don't want to, I don't know why it doesn't update. So, NOAA 15, we're going to go to Heavens Above online. Heavens Above, sorry guys if it takes a little time. Heavens Above, Heavens Above. We're going to go through, I'm going to log in. Am I logged in? Unspecified login. I think I have an account, or maybe not. Okay, unspecified. I will have to enter manually. Change your observing location. Use browser geolocation. Yes, thank you so much. Enter place to search for. Let's just put it here. Yep, update. And we are going to go to satellites. I'm going to search for weather satellites. And amateur all passes, satellite predictions. Sorry, won't take long, guys. Satellite database, all right. Name, NOAA 15. There we go. There we go. NOAA 15. Okay. I'm going to view it on the map. So. Passes. Here we go. And there's a pass coming up. Well, there's something weird. Oh, visible passes. No, I want to have all passes. Here we go. So the next pass tonight is at 19. Here we go. Daylight to the northwest. This is the path. That is, yeah, you know what? This is not what I would like to, but ground track. Here we go. Ground track. Yeah, this is what's going to happen. So this is exactly what's going to be the ground path. So, okay. We've got that. Save image as. Here, I'm going to show it as a picture, I guess. Okay, guys, I'm sorry. It takes a long time, but we got it here. So here's what's going to happen. And because I can't, for some reason, I can't update it. So, so 137,500. If we look at the phone here, the info we have from Heavens Above is that it's going to be passing from south towards the north on the west side. So this is the path it's going to go through from about 2350 UTC. So in about less than half an hour. And we're going to actually listen to it on the SDR. Justin loves his SDR Play SDR Duo, VF5, SAR and Netix. The NRSPSD is on my shopping list. I like the networkable units. I have a Kiwi now. Kenneth, FLDG as the 288 mode for WeatherSat. Well, let me check here. I haven't do I have FLG here? FLDG, you said. Let me just check it out. I'm gonna go. It's not installed on this computer, so I need to get the software FLDG. FLDG. Go download. Let me check it out here. Okay, download. Yes. Should be downloading. This file is dangerous. Yeah, I know. It says that with FLDG because it's not known what it is. Unfortunately. Keep anyways. Here we go. There we go. We installed it. Let me just continue. Next. There we go. Close. So. Okay. Let me check it out here. FLD, yeah. So what do we have on FLDG? So, has it been there for a long time, Kenneth? I've never noticed that it had any modes for that. So David's got some SSTV. I haven't been able to get fully ready with my handheld antenna. Second image has been noisy towards the end of the pass. So pretty cool. Okay, next. Finish. So let's not do it like this. Allow. Well, I haven't downloaded the latest version. So let's check it out. You've got odd mode. Yeah, but that's weather facts. The satellites, the weather satellites don't use that. I believe they use another type of mode for satellites. Because that's the 288 is for weather facts, isn't it? This is different, if I'm not mistaken. It requires it's an APT. It's APT. Yeah, that's it. So you use multi-PSK does it? Okay, let me check it out if multi-PSK does it. Then that could be interesting if we can set it up and have it working just for the fun. Multi-PSK, okay. Low-tech SDR console has a good SAT tracker built in. Oh yeah, that's true. SDR console does have that, I remember. And so let me check multi-PSK quickly. Sorry guys. Oh, I've got it already installed. This is good. Does it do APT, Noah? I've never checked it. So let's see if it does. Doesn't know if I've had taught that Meteor Sats use a wideband audio like 50 kHz wide. The weather Sats do use very wide audio, yes, but not. I don't think it's as wide as 50 kHz. So receive transmit screen. Okay, where is it? I hate that interface. You can't find anything on it though. Demo D-Star DMR SSTV. Where's the I can't see it. What's the name of the Whisper filter fax SSTV. What's the name of the mode? For some reason I don't. APT should be like APT or something, I guess. I don't see it in multi-PSK. Okay. Jerry Hart SDR console, go to view more options. Subsetting under fax. Okay, fax. Okay. Well, I'm okay, mode. Oh wow. Okay. I don't think I've ever been in that menu before. Where? Okay, I transmit. Okay, what's this? Oh, APT. There you go. Oh God. Oh, and even has a satellite tracker. Really? It shows the satellite. So NOAA 15 is shown in the list. NOAA 15. Okay. Let's try this. I have no idea if it's gonna work. How wide should I be in my SDR software to get the image of? Well, I guess I'll see it anyways. 38 kilohertz on 137.5. Okay. I'm in the learning curve now. So you guys have learning curve? I'm in my learning curve now. So that would be 137.5. Let me go to NZR Connect and choose a proper. So I should I put myself in wide FM or narrow FM? And let's see how wide I can go with narrow FM. So let's go to 137.5. The first thing we're going to do is I'm going to tune 137.5. Okay. Let me just, I'm going to do this, and I'm going to do this. Okay, let me go, okay. Go here. And how, oh, here goes. I can go like 40 kilohertz wide. So I'm at 39 kilohertz wide, which should be enough, I guess. We're going to see what that does. And we'll see the footprint anyway, how big it is on the screen. Make sure multi-PSK's audio. Configuration. Options. Adjustments. I want to make sure that my tools. Configuration screen. Audio is. I'm going to try to find it here. Okay. Trying to find, okay, sound card input. Sound card input dis. There you go. Receive screen. Okay, I don't know if it's gonna work, but hey, it's worth a shot, guys. APT satellite. My receivers on 137.506. We're gonna follow the Doppler shift anyways. And maybe if it works, Well, Kev Michael, the satellite needs to be over your area. You won't hear it if you don't hear any, if you're not over the area. So this is going to be a very interesting experiment. So NOAA 15, which will be here in 12 minutes. It's having a 52-degree high pass, which isn't bad. I've never decoded a weather picture from NOAA. So this is going to be an interesting test. As we're waiting, guys, if you're enjoying what we're doing tonight, which is very unique, very special, there's the super chat. You can give me a little something, guys. Help me out. Really does help. You have no idea. Any amount helps. And there's a pizza fund. And Paul the cat treats because the poor guy, I stepped on his tail. Poor little thing. I'm still heartbroken. I'm gonna have the first thing I'm gonna do when I leave here is I'm gonna be like, "Hey, kitty, you still love me?" At the email, the pizza fund and Paul the cat treats can be also sent to PayPal at the email that's here. Please consider a donation. It definitely helps. And now I think, open my unfrozen beer, which had frost all over it for the last half hour. So it should be okay now, and it's very, very, very cold. So I'm using a software called MultiPSK. That piece of software is a hell of a cluttered interface, but it does a lot of stuff. It decodes many standard modes. It decodes what's called professional modes. So this is the stuff. This is the stuff that you need to check out. So the footprint of NOAA 15 is coming from the Atlantic. It's moving up the Atlantic Ocean and is going to have an interesting pass. So let me show you where it's going to pass. So my location is what's called unnamed. So here's the location. So this is Montreal. This is where I am. The satellite will be passing here. So at 23:52, which is 7:52 p.m., it'll start going up here on the East Coast. Reached its max point somewhere here over the Great Lakes. And I'll be hearing that signal on 137,500 on a VHF range. Hopefully clear enough. And will it work? I have no idea. I've set up the MultiPSK software. MultiPSK is here. I'm going to show you guys. This is, why doesn't it show? What the hell? It's for some reason not showing up well. Let me just lower this and try again here. I don't know why MultiPSK is so finicky. It should be working. What the hell? Yeah, MultiPSK, show yourself. Show yourself. Of course, it's going to show itself twice. It's really... I don't know why it doesn't want to. There's something weird with it. So anyways, we'll find a way to have it working. So okay, receive screen. Here we go. This is MultiPSK. Yeah, is it working twice now? No, that's fine. So this is set for APT, which is the type of transmission the weather satellites transmit. This is where we should see a satellite image, and if we do, I'll be jumping up and down because I never did this. This will be a first. So that's the software running. Let me just do something here. Okay. And this is the path of the satellite. And let's just hope that all of this works in a few minutes. Because this is going to be a very cool thing. So 137.5, and David Sheila says channel rename Gilles Radio Lab. So once again, using my NRSP ST in the kitchen, plugged into my wideband VHF UHF antenna in the backyard on the metal shed on the 3rd floor, and we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. So it will probably be coming from the north and going down to the Pacific Ocean. Usually, because these are polar satellites. They go up and down and go through the North and South Pole all the time as the Earth rotates. Because what happens is the satellite is at a fixed orbit, but the Earth spins. So these polar orbits lets the satellite scan the whole planet in 24 hours and take pictures. So this is what these satellites, a lot of satellites are in polar orbits for that reason, so that they can actually scan the whole planet in a 24-hour period. So they're a fixed orbit, but because the Earth spins, every time they pass by a different area of the sky, and so they can see a different area of the Earth every time they come back, about 90 to 100 minutes later. So this is the cool stuff. Sean Bond, nice to have you here. Thank you. Cheers, guys. I've got a new beer. I'm gonna try that out. This is definitely going to be an interesting experiment. I have no idea if my settings are perfect or good enough for what we need to listen to. But hey, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. It doesn't matter. At least you guys will hear the satellite's signal and what it sounds like. And we're going to see how wide it is. I can adjust the bandwidth if needed. For the satellite. So it's pretty cool, honestly. London 19657, military satellites have a north-south orbit. Easy to tell from other types. Yeah. Old radios, he's got the beer. So this is going to be nice. It's kind of different from always doing shortwave. So low-tech 42. No, I'm using it's a mobile vertical that is on the metal shed in my backyard. So thank you so much for the donation, Mike. Much appreciated. And I hope he's gonna forgive me. Poor guy. It's like. There's nothing worse than when a cat meows like it hurts, and it's the same for a dog. I mean, if you step on a dog's tail or something, it's like it just hurts us. Jean Arash, is this what TV stations do to get their satellite images for weather reports? The low Earth NOAA satellites are not necessarily the ones they're going to use. There's the GOES satellites, which are in geosync orbit. A lot of the images we see on TV are much more based on those geosync satellites, which have a bigger and broader view of the Earth and the clouds and everything. For a long time, though, some of the really close weather images were these low Earth. I believe low Earth weather satellites are kind of on the way out. They're going to be phased out at some point. I think they're all going to be replaced with the ones which are geosync, which are like 40,000 kilometers up. Perry, nice to have you here from Sherbrooke. Two hands, one dial radio show. Better late than ever. Near beer. Joseph, thank you so much for the donation. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. So, we're getting there. And I'm going to take the... yeah, so we're going to switch, guys, to the view. We're going to switch to the display capture. Let's go and check out what we're going to get. So this one is not needed. So, once again, this is going to be the decode. And this is going to be where we hear the NOAA satellite. You'll see it very easily in the display here. The satellite is going to actually have several lines of that are going to show up with its audio when it starts getting through. So we're almost there, a few minutes away from getting the NOAA 15 low Earth orbit weather satellite transmitting on 137.500. And by the way, if you want to have fun, 136 to 138, the 2 megahertz range there is uniquely satellite. So in there's old satellites from like the old days, sometimes that reactivate magically, all sorts of things like that. So it's fun sometimes to let a scanner just go through 136,000 up to 138,000, and you'll hear all sorts of beeps and of weird things. Some, like the NOAA weather satellites, the NOAA 19, there's NOAA 18, and there's NOAA 15 that's active. And there's some Orbcomm satellites that are active still. And there's a lot of dead satellites that somehow just came back to life magically around the clock that you can sometimes hear. So it's fun to tune around because you never know. So sorry if I don't have a visual of the satellite itself. If I look at my phone, the satellite is just barely showing up on the south of the border here, just at the horizon. So we're going to it's 5 degrees of elevation only right now. So as soon as we start seeing lines here, I'm going to switch to the audio of the software, and we're going to be checking that out for sure. Thank you, London 19657, for the tuna, the pizza with tuna and extra anchovies for Paul the cat. Perry just got back from a motorbike ride. That's cool. Officially, there's 3 NOAA, and there's a bunch of Orbcomms, and but there's a lot of dead satellites that some people actually use that to chase, because it's kind of their fun, DXing dead satellites that come back to life, because there's tons of these that actually wake up and that sends all sorts of weird signals. And the fun is trying to identify what old satellite is actually doing anything. You're getting in South Florida, 137,620. Okay, let's check it out. Let's go to 62, but Here I got 1.5. My Evans above says 137.15 on Noah. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, it's 620. Thank you so much. I was off. It's 620. You're right. Thanks. Sorry. I had the wrong frequency for some reason. I don't know why. Maybe I got the wrong... Yeah, it's 620. Thanks for the correction. It's very appreciated. I would have waited for nothing. Yeah, it's starting to show. We see those spikes here. So let's put the audio and see if anything shows up.
I'm losing a satellite, but this does look like some kind of satellite image. I will need to play around with this a little more. I mean, here we see like clouds. This does definitely look like a satellite image. It's just difficult to know where it is. But I think this could be a lot of fun. Okay guys, this is the first time I've done something like this. And now I am hooked. I'm gonna have to look at all the satellites passing over now. This is just too cool. Way too cool. Alright. Alright. So this is the NOAA weather satellite signal. And this is gonna be interesting to play with. For sure. For sure. This is just cool. This is nice. So, we have our friend here, David, that sent us pictures of the SSTV images he's got in Spain. So let's check that out. So, David in Barcelona. Let's check it out. Here we go. So sending you images I just received a few minutes ago. Got pretty noisy copy, but thankfully there was a repeat images. So here we go, guys. Image number 1. I don't know if this is better. So image number 1 is this. I don't see if we see myself. Let me just go back there. And of course I'm on screen. So here's streaming. Guys, here, 1. And then you've got twice this one. The second one is better. Whoops. Second one is better. There we go. Then he's got here this one. Solar telescope. They're pretty good decodes, actually. When I compare to what I get, you're pretty good. This one, here we go. And finally, this one. This is cool. Great decodes. Great decodes. Thanks for sharing, David. This is great. This is definitely great. And really nice. So you guys can get an idea of how our hobby is not just shortwave, it's radio, and there's so much stuff that we can do. Mike as 17675, New Zealand and Colorado. So yep. Oh yeah, there's different pirates on the east and west coast, and there's a lot more on the east coast. So you know, so it's pretty cool. What else do we have? Well, let's just go down. So there's definitely some satellite. So, oh, Bobby sent pictures. First one here. So Bobby, our master player friend, sent some pictures. And here's one. And we've got another one here that's noisier. This one. Not that bad. Not that bad. So some stuff. He's got some stuff. The other one's very noisy. There's this one that's very nice. Thanks for sharing, Bobby. There we go. Not too bad. Not too bad. The ones are very, very noisy, but pretty cool. Cool stuff. Thanks for sharing. Thanks for sharing. This is great. Yeah, well, I was moving around because of the Doppler and trying to get, because we see the middle spike, try to follow the middle spike to get the best. There are passes where the satellite has better, like I said, I don't have, my antenna is not directional. The NOAA satellites are very polarized. They have a circular polarization thing. So if you get a perfect antenna for it, you get really clear decodes. But I use a mobile vertical that, of course, it's vertically polarized, so it gets the signals the way it can get it, depending on how they arrive. They don't always match, so they're not always great. John Vargas picked up on his Yaesu FT60 RNet and NOAA stuff. Old radio spaceman. Doesn't know if it sounds like the shortwave weather faxes. Yeah, it's variations of it, honestly. It's really variations of it. So audio frequencies creating images, basically. So this is cool. This is cool. Really, really nice. London 19657. More pirates on the East Coast because that's where they are. That's where they are. Multi-PSK is free, low-tech 42. I can give you the link to it. But it is, there's professional modes on it, which are kind of cool because there's a lot of stuff that you can decode with the professional modes, including in the marine bands. And even the Orbcom satellites. For that, you need to pay, because if you don't pay, you will have just like, a few minutes of decode and it's going to stop. So here's the multi-PSK software. The interface is crazy bad, but it does a job that it needs to do, which is decoding. Yeah, connection timeout. What? Let me try it here. French. Oh, here we go. The English version, for some reason, is... Let me just get it back here. Yeah, here we go. This is where you get multi-PSK. And all different software in English or French. Let me check English. Oh, here we go. So this is where you're going to download this software. Pretty good piece of software for decoding modes, honestly. So if you want to have what they call the professional modes in the software, you'll have to pay for it. So David, thanks for sharing. Yep. Using a handheld directional antenna, that helps a lot. Compared to me using... This is why I like using a portable. Because with a little portable, you can move the portable to kind of try to get that polarization. And often, my FT65, my little Yaesu FT65 portable, does a better job, actually, decoding that and getting a clear signal because I move it than my mobile vertical, Yeah, there's actually Orbitron that I'm using to track, and many software actually follow. So, for example, like here on the ICOM, for a long time I was using the software that it controls the ICOM to follow the Doppler shift automatically. You don't have to, think about moving the frequency. It does it by itself. Anything that is of course, the best is anything that would be a directional antenna, but a discount would be okay. But it doesn't beat a directional antenna that you can point at the satellite that is moving by. So, let me check out the email. Let's check out our friends Keegan's Sony Radio. Sony Radio. There's Keegan's Sony Radio. Download. There we go. Oh, it's nice. That's a nice radio. Look at that. It's an HD, Sony HD receiver. Pretty nice. Look at that in the display here. Pretty cool radio. Wow. Hopefully you're going to be able to maybe also DX with this on the FM band. This is a cool radio. Really cool looking radio. Really nice. Really nice. What else do we have? Kenneth Hood says Ashland Sentinel System, Dead Man's Hand, or 46.25. Okay. Aspire to Cycle e-bike. Ellie, my cat, just sent Paul $20. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. And pretty cool. So, hey guys, hope you enjoyed this unusual show tonight. It was a lot of fun. I guess we'll do a lot more in that. We'll have the SDR for shortwave stuff also. I think you guys like the fact that we can show the SDR on screen also. And I want to thank for everybody that donated. You guys have been wonderful. Love you all. And we'll be back next week with another live show. I will go now and order pizza and have a great evening. I got a few things to do. Edit the International Report show. Thanks everyone for being here. You guys are wonderful. I love you all. Stay safe. Hope you enjoyed the unusual night tonight. We didn't talk about space, this solar cycle. We'll try to focus on that next week, for sure. Take care, guys. Love you all. And stay safe. Love you. Hey, I'll keep Moscow Nights for next week. How about that? Take care, guys. SWAT Cats, thank you so much for the donation. I'm going to go and cuddle Paul now, because I still feel guilty stepping on his tail earlier. So, take care, guys. Love you. Stay safe. See you 20 hours UTC next Saturday. It will be a lot of fun to be here again.